as we are. Let's refresh Twitch. As we are, once again, live upon the internet. Allows you to refresh both, it seems. There we go. There we go. About needed a minute to catch up. As yeah, we're back once again as we are alive upon the internet. Let me fix this focus a little. It's just a tiny bit out of focus and it's annoying the hell out of me. There we go. As yeah, we're gonna go get set up for a build showcase. That's also why we're gonna grab her while she has some purple gear on. And in the background as well, actually, I needed still to make a folder. We're gonna name this 240827.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
Underscore joke build show base. That's the folder. What was the last build showcase? Is it all the way back? Oh wow. Wait, really? Is it the tech tags? Where's my channel? But in the playlist we can see build showcase. It was, okay. We haven't done a build showcase in longer than I thought. I thought we did one last month, but we didn't. And yeah, I'm set up here with this character to be going over over this one. All the other accounts are also logged in. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places. Don't remember the other. How it goes further from there. Yeah, I was kind of thinking what do I want to use as intro. I had a few in mind, but also at this point as well, all of them have left my mind, as they always do, last minute. Or just, where did we want to go again? So one of the places I was thinking was maybe going Johnson's pad. So I'm trying to like kind of think. Do we have anything circusy? It also isn't like, I mean, there, right? in Coney. We have like playground stuff, like up around castle. Yeah, let's just go see how the lighting there is. Because I haven't been there in forever. In the meantime as well, let's actually get those characters charactered in. Just so they're loaded up and ready. Well, those well, actually, yeah, let's get that and that. Description and thumbnail file set up in there. And let's go here and here. Also, actually, let me check if this works already. I mean, not if it just works, but because it will. But everything is loaded in already. Yep. Why am I on Heroic 5 directives? Let's go get the snitch. Anyway, let's go and get set up for an intro. We just move this all the way down there so I keep not hitting it.
Hostile control point nearby.
At least we'll get a heroic bounty on this. I'm just gonna run away from them. Oh yeah, actually.
Experimental AEDs detected.
Forgot the global event is also on. Can we actually still go? Oh yeah. I haven't been here in a while. And then yeah, let's get the build collection at the ready. I'll lighten this up a little. Is it doable? Kinda is. And that's doable. And we'll have the other ones here. And we can even be looking at this or something. Yeah, this'll work enough. Yeah. Let's start getting the band back together. Easier if I invite them and then accept them.
Another agent has joined your group.
Let's get this bastard. So what? Why does it say?
Another agent is now in your group.
Oh, it's really dark on that screen. Yeah, no, this isn't gonna. Seeing it now with the other characters, yeah, that's not gonna work. Where do we go then? Let's maybe just go theater. And hey there, Storm. The Centown tier list, I don't think anybody really has a tier listing for that. Also, it would change per rotation. Like, it's dependent on the rotation. Because Unhinged is really good in Wrath, but it sucks in Envy. I will make a Descent guide, but that's still like at least a month and a half away till that's done. In that, I'm gonna make for a recommendation build for each of the current existing rotations, but that's still a ways in. Most of the time, it also, and the thing is also, it depends on if you're going deep or if you're just going Nemesis. If you're going Nemesis, unkill talents are worse than they are if you're going deep. And that means that like the tiering would change depending on which rotation it is in and if you're going deep or not. Especially for Nemesis run, the thing to keep in mind is unkill talents. You want to basically set up for the Nemesis. That's going to be the most difficult fight, so that's the one you set up for. And that means not going with unkill talents, going with talents that are basically always on. Why is it making thunder noises? It's like gonna rain. Oh wow. Other one. Yeah, so let's go line all of these up. As we're waiting for the last one to load in. And yeah, that the third system I have available is basically third, as in not the number, but the fecal matter. Um, but it's better than nothing. At least it runs the game. But I feel it's very much should I put them all three in this? And what is her apparel one? Although likely it's gonna be Zen. Because no, not that. This. Oh, there's no, put that there. So we can put it up in photo mode. Oh, that's why it was thunder noises. Yeah. We'll need to find somewhere inside then. Because I don't want the thunder in the background all the time and stuff. Or maybe if it goes really dark. Hmm. Because otherwise we go to, yeah, let's do that instead. The only annoying thing is, of course, I can't really make it. And animal shelter, I feel, is the best one. Oh, that's garbage. Let me jump over there then. Oh yeah. Of course. Together with two AFKers. Cookition is to play the film on PC. I don't know what kind of build is good to farm for starting a new character. Well, do you mean like you've already reached endgame, or do you mean you're just still leveling?
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed
Farm, but also
by
remember that
hostiles.
tables aren't my place like that.
Safe area detected.
I'm gonna guess you're at endgame already. Because while getting to endgame, it's not so much about making a build, it's just whatever you have available, you just grab and use. I'll link you here to the recommended build list, and yeah, that is exactly, it says what it does on the tin. It is the builds that I recommend, and it also has a blurb with each one that kind of makes it so that you know what it is about and what it kind of does. Was it D-pad down or was D-pad down? And especially making just a striker to start off with. A red striker can basically do most of the content of the game pretty consistently. I wish you guys could see what the third laptop is seeing, because it's really hilarious. I get the feeling this is the issue that Voorhees is having, seeing it now, actually. But yeah, general obliterate striker will be usable for most of the content, but then depending on if you like play solo and stuff, like the tech tanks that I have in there, that's what I run solo a lot. Currently as well, we have Reanimated, which is a global event. You can turn that on and headshots become really good. And because of that, all headshot builds are really extra good. They're already pretty good. And then also, if you're interested in how to kind of play them, there's a link onto the YouTube channel down below. I have a build showcases with a lot of those builds explaining what what each part kind of does, and then also showing how to play it. So, wait, let's put this here. You know what? I kind of like this. I'm okay with this as our intro. Also, yeah, for those jumping in, I'm about to start recording a build showcase. That's why I'm starting early a little bit. Build showcase. We'll check chat in between segments. Just to make a pinned message there, just so people coming in know what is happening, as I'll be not addressing more paying attention to what I'm saying and things and stuffs. And hey there, pre-built. And I'm doing good. Hope everybody out there is also doing good and enjoying their Tuesday. Yeah, I feel this is the opener, right? Just this is the cold open. Let me actually check as well. Is this working? Yep. Because we're gonna have that come up, and also let's make sure that the hard disk is actually prepared to receive being dataed. I should prep this file already, just for my own sanity. Save. Okay. And yeah, let's get ready to do an intro. In the Hunter Fury headshot build, already have my eyes. Yeah, I was messing about as well with a bunch of stuff for this already. It streamed in the afternoon. One of the funny things is this event also really works well with just having six or having the hotshot and then having 6 blue cores, like the Habsburg hotshot, because then you can also very easily go with the Habsburg pieces, and then everything being blue with sharpshooter just actually works out perfectly fine. And you can even start on elite still with vigilance, and then you can even go bloodsucker with it, and then like you're at that point you're at the purple. So because that's a setup I'm gonna run for my hardcore character, because it's very safe, because also it builds up a lot of bonus armor from the hotshot. I think I put it back to vigilance. The bloodsucker on top was a little bit silly, but it feels really safe for the hardcore, so that's likely what I'm going to run over there. But yeah, also I'm going to run some Hunter's Fury later on. I already ran the Headhunter tech tanks, and yeah, as expected, they work perfectly fine. But mostly what they have now then is that they can also start on a purple instead of just a red, which helps them a lot. But that will likely be the build I'll run the most, just because I like that one better than the D50 generally. But yeah, let's get cracking. Let's focus one last time. Yeah, we did that for 10 seconds. We now have 60 total of. Yeah, let's get cracking. As I'm gonna record some. I should just wiggle all of these just so they don't accidentally log out. There we go. And a build showcase. I need to talk about that, and I need to say that there's timestamps. Does this work still? I think I removed this, but I'm not sure. Oh, actually, yeah, this still works. Because at some point I hooked up some foot pedals here. We had an extra set from work, and should just use those just to be extra cool, you know. But actually to not drop the frame rate and stuff, and not have to judder this too much. Yeah, let's just do one and then see how that goes, and then might do several takes on the intro. Usually it becomes necessary, but let's just get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, that was a weird tone I went in. Hey, that's not the normal tone for that. Let's try that again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on joke builds. As you may ask, what are joke builds? And the answer will not surprise you. It is likely what you are thinking if you have seen any of my content before, or has me seen play online on streams. We'll go into some purple builds, some brand-based builds going 6 pieces of a brand, and some improvised builds where we go even worse and don't even pick a brand. And we'll go over some variations of those as I have them, and they are also part of the build collection. And the reason to make them is for their challenge generally in making them, especially with the purple builds, and then also in running them. Of course, you're giving up a lot, but you're trying to do so in at least an interesting way. They're not just random builds, kind of like jokes, actual jokes. They're made to be funny and to bring a smile to someone's face. They aren't just random, because you could just put together a random mess of things, but that's like putting a joke together by just throwing words together in a soup and just trying to make that make sense in some way. It doesn't generally. So yeah, we'll go over all of those. As always, of course, we'll be using the build collection and several of the build pictures on there, as for instance, the purple ones, and go over them. This, of course, as all build showcases, will be timestamped, so you can jump around and jump in between the chapters. As always, we'll be going into 2 major chapters with build showcases. In the first one, we'll go over the builds and their build pictures and kind of explain what they are. In the second part of the first chapter, we'll go over some of the numbers, as that might be at least a little bit interesting, I feel, with these, just to show how much worse they are than normal builds. And then in the second chapter, we'll take all of these builds into some gameplay, and that's going to be in part 4 builds, so this might be a little bit of a longer one. So yeah, let's go get started. Not the best, not the worst, a little bit stuttery, but 2 minutes, I'm okay with 2 minutes. Let's wiggle them so they don't go away. Let's go back to here. What is the trigger point with these? Okay, it's like really deep. Okay, I'm not gonna use that for that. Yeah, let me catch up to you. It's almost only the tip, indeed. Well, here I'm not. I'm here to show the entire thing. We're going in depth with a bunch of builds. Indeed, the Spider-Man meme has indeed been upgraded. We are this is the reason actually it got postponed also once, because I wanted to get both two laptops over here just so I could do this. And yeah, actually, so I'm gonna go into this one, then I'm going to inspect IKEA, or I_Kia. Then I'm gonna inspect Nokia. Actually, I should set up, or well, that's gonna pull them out of the animation, isn't it? Let's put them like that. But yeah, let's actually get started with it. Yeah, let's just go. Wait, I need to know. So no, which one is this one? This one is this one. So this one is then, oh no, it's not that one. What is this one then? Oh, that one's for the guides. Okay, yeah. But we don't have that at the moment. So let's move this out of the way. Okay. So we have that one, and then this one. Okay. Yeah. So we'll go once more, just so we have 15 minutes with them. Okay, let's get rocking. Yeah. There's just randoms in the background running around. I feel that adds something. It's fine. And for that, I'm joined by these chucklefucks, I_Kia and No_Kia_, which is, of course, my alt accounts. These builds are kind of strewn around all across my collection and kind of over the accounts, as I've given basically each of the accounts somewhat of a joke build, as I generally just do like making them. They sometimes bring smiles to people's faces when they inspect you, or just make it fun for myself to give myself a challenge. Let's go over the three major ways that we can make joke builds. As the first one is purple builds, as we have here. This is what would normally be a high-end build, we would call it nowadays, opposed to being a gear set, of course. But of course, this isn't high-end. We're making purple. This means that it is superior, as that is the distinction. That is what the purple is classified as, the rarity. And as you can see here as well, we have a purple build that is set up in a somewhat familiar way, should be at least. We have a 3-piece Providence, 1-piece Grupo, 1-piece Cheska, 1-piece Fenris, all together. And that is, of course, for instance, we don't have purple Fox's Prayers or Contractors to put in here. So we're going with the brands that make sense. Also, as well, with purple, one of the things that would not be instantly noticeable is that they have lower stats as their max. So, for instance, you may see here the weapon damage on this piece that has not been recalibrated, as I've recalibrated 6 crit chance on it, is instead of being, it is a full bar, but it isn't 15, it is 13. That is the case all round with purple gear, and that means that any stat that you can recalibrate on it, because you can actually recalibrate stats that you get from what would be high-end pieces onto it. So you can recalibrate a 12 crit damage on it, but if it came with a full crit damage, that would actually only be an 11.5. So you have to kind of go around and try to get pieces that kind of make sense for this. And that is kind of the thing with purple builds. They can be really enjoyable, especially if you go out and get them from looting or scavenging or rewarding, as I have there. You can nowadays, though, as well. One of the reasons I kind of want to talk about them again is nowadays you can craft level 40 purple gear, and we'll go into how to make that a little bit later on. But to me, it is still the most fun to just go out and try to farm it. Doing that is mostly done on hard. You go around on hard difficulty where you still will get purple pieces dropped, especially because the drops are going to be better than what you can get looted out of chests and stuff, because most of the stuff will still be scaling pretty low, as normally would be. And that means that sometimes you can find pretty good pieces like this LMG. And of course, we'll go over all of the stats in the layouts for them in a second with their build pictures. But purple builds can be a lot of fun just in making them, and then of course in running them, because at the end of the day, we do have all the brand bonuses. We're missing on purple as well mod slots, so we're 3 mod slots less, so at most 36 crit damage less. Stat-wise as well, as you may notice, not everything is full, and especially, for instance, this chest still is pretty bad. But what we're looking for is basically a unicorn, almost, because we need it, at least I would, need it to drop with crit chance, crit damage, and then preferably putting the weapon damage core on it, on some of the pieces here. That 13 I'm kind of okay with, especially if we can make the piece work with 1 recalibration. But generally as well, with purple, you don't actually want a free talentable piece, because that's going to be quite impossible, basically. So generally you want the talent there as well, making 4 unicorns, not super unicorns, because they are usually, for instance, for these pieces, still in the same color as the core, the miners. So you will get a bunch of them, but not being able to craft them, for instance, on my first account, which this is, where I don't have that ability just because I have all character slots filled in, because you need a watch halt basically for it, or a newer character. You basically need to make a character that has that is newer than this season to have that ability. So where on this account I don't have that, so I go out and farm these pieces. And yeah, this is even, for instance, for this chest, I've spent quite a lot of time on hard and stuff, just trying to get some of these pieces, and it can be hard. We'll go over the full stats and stuff in the build layouts here. We'll just give a basic introduction, because we're going to be talking about actually in total 4 builds. Let's go to the second one, where we also have another purple build, as I'll inspect myself, and although on a different account. And what they are running here is also a purple build, but then something different. 3-piece Early, 2-piece Habsburg, 1-piece Providence, with, of course, Headhunter Vigilance. This is what I think was likely the better setup for Headhunter, if you're going to go purple, which we are. Together with, of course, purple weapons and such, as that needs to basically be there, of course, because otherwise it's not fitting all together. And this one is a much more recent one, and actually, as we'll see in a minute when we go onto the character, all of these pieces are actually crafted. So this is the part where I have crafted these. So I've kind of cheated a little bit, but just to make it a little bit more quickly. Although still, it needed a lot of crafts, because yeah, you can't optimize. You cannot optimize purple gear, meaning that you get what you get. You get 1 recalibration, and that's it. So here I've taken most of the recalibrations to try to improve my core, especially, which helps a lot with Headhunter, of course. For instance, on this backpack, I couldn't, but I found a good enough piece where I can retalent it. One thing as well, for instance, that you should know is that purple weapons do have much lower bases than high-end weapons by around 10% less, which makes quite a big difference. And of course, they don't have a third stat, which is another 10%, because that would be normally 10% detalk, of course. So you do lose a lot going to purple weapons, but that is the sacrifice to make to become superior, as we have here. Then we have the other option, one of the other options, which is improvised. And improvised is, of course, going to be very improvised, as what you are going for is the ability, you're giving up all of your brand bonuses, basically. You can, of course, on the holster, on the knee pad, and on the glove, you're getting back a mod slot. But on the chest, backpack, and mask, you're basically just giving up. You're gaining nothing at all. That is the downside of it. But of course, this can be made pretty easily just by crafting, and that is its benefit. And that's the only benefit that this really has. As we go through it, you can see that it's all headshots and weapon handlings. It does actually land up pretty high on headshot and, but not weapon damage, just because, of course, all of those, for instance, with hotshot, you gain a lot from hotshot, you gain a lot from, for instance, Habsburg or IRLD in specific weapon damage. You're giving up all of those. But as we'll see when we go to this Headhunter, it still performs perfectly fine just because it's a full red Headhunter with headshot and weapon handling everywhere. So it does do the business, of course, but not to the degree of a hotshot, as we'll go into the numbers as well. Here, though, I will take with these, we are not taking per se joke weapons. I am actually taking an SR1 with it at grade 26 even. But as we'll see on the build picture, the item on it is, of course, an O'Carroll, as that fits really well. And yeah, we'll go a little bit over this also in its build picture in a second to see it a little bit more closely. As you likely saw me fumbling in the background there, as I didn't have it as set up as I wanted it. I was loading it in another build on I_Kia, which is the 511 build, and this is doing it with a brand. That is one of the other options, as we have it here, going with all 6 pieces of a brand. In this case, 511. There's a good reason as well. We'll talk about that when we go into its layout. And in this case, I'm going with 6 pieces, 511. I'm trying very hard to make it all red. As you may see, I have one blue core here, and that's because this is a super unicorn piece, and this is not a super unicorn that you can craft. The 511 chest is not craftable, so I need to farm for this. And also 511 has, as one of its quirks, that it has a lot of backpacks, so you mostly get backpacks. And that means that actually this piece is to find the obliterate variant with crit chance, crit damage is going to be quite the grind, and I've been on that grind for quite a while. And it's given, for instance, as well, that's one of the things with the joke builds, it gives you something to do if you are interested in that. And yeah, as you may notice here as well, even the grading is set up to be 511, and even weapon-wise, we're going with the Born Great and with the good times, because yeah, if to run this build, you need to be born great, and while you're in it, you'll have good times, as that's the joke with it. And yeah, this is the other option for joke builds, is to go 6 pieces of a brand. Now, 511 is a popular one. RNK, you could go with anything, because anything 6 pieces is a detriment. Of course, after 3 pieces, you don't get any bonuses. In the case of 511, really nothing of its brand bonuses is really that useful. But even if you're going, for instance, 6-piece Cheska, that would even also be a joke build that way. And most of these are as well. For whenever someone inspects you, they'll, if they kind of understand the game, it'll give them a chuckle. Whenever I see somebody else once in a while with a 6-piece of a brand, and of course with a gear set, the thing is that usually it's obvious that they just don't know what they're doing. To mix up 6 pieces of a brand, and then, for instance, as well, line them up all this way with crit chance, crit damage everywhere, and recording all of these, it is obvious that it's a joke. At least I would hope so. And that's the thing as well with joke builds. They need to be somewhat obvious. Whenever you see someone with 6 pieces of improvised, it should be kind of obvious that that wasn't an accident. Neither is if you see someone with 24k as I have here and they're running a full purple build. It should be obvious. And that's the thing with joke builds. They do need to be obvious. Also, I want to point out that I do have a purple prophet, of course, as those were exceedingly rare nowadays. They were available a little bit of time, but not for long. So I do have one as well, of course, for the purple builds. Let's go actually to their layouts and kind of discuss their stats and some of the choices made for the builds. That was long and rambly, and I was kind of fumbling the part where I was trying to load the 511, but that's 11 minutes. That's still okay, because there's a lot of builds. This is like closer to a masterclass than a build showcase. Let me catch up to some of the things out here. So hard not to laugh. Oh, yeah, that's good then. That's what we're going for. Yeah. Let's have this one join back in the ranks. Oh, they swapped build, of course. So now they're, you know what? We'll leave them like that. Just it fits actually. Let me catch up here. Full gray level 1. But if I wanted, I have all those pieces in my second account stack. I've been actually collecting all of the gray weapons, especially. So I have all these pieces. But that isn't a usable build. The thing with all of these is, with all of the other ones that we're running here, they are still usable. You can actually do heroic missions with them and heroic with them. So with a gray one, you can, but it's you don't want to. The thing that you do with those is just run a third drone, and you then basically have a 0 tier third drone, and they have to kill everything, and that takes forever. Gray build with Nemesis. The thing is, the Nemesis is not a gray weapon. But yeah, you could get by with a Nemesis at that much. It's really good. But the thing is, like, for instance, with the purple build, I have purple weapons with them. I feel the weapons also need to fit the joke. There's a lot of people as well, like, put a 511 build together and then they run Oreo, which to me is just like kind of beating the purpose. We'll talk about that as well. Actually, we have some numbers for that. Yeah, let's prep these. Go some of those. That would be actually. We're getting to the point where I could almost do my own incursion, of course. So there is that. Actually, yeah, let's load the recommended build list as well. Did I actually put all of them here? Yes, I did. Yeah, so yeah, let's get going on this. As we'll go to their build pictures in the build collection. First, I want to point out that, yeah, these are all in the build collection as well. They're not just joke builds that exist out of it, because, yeah, if you go down enough on the build collection, you will see that there is a build, basically a purple section there. It's actually followed up by the improvised build as well. And the build 511 is the build 511. The 511 build is in slot 5.11. That's also the reason I went with 511 with it, because, yeah, I have 5 characters showing on the build collection, 4 of my main account, the first character of my second account. That means that it goes up to 5, and then they have 16 loadout slots each, and that's where that 511 came from. The purple builds are mostly living in the stash nowadays again. I did put them in loadout slots, and I ran them quite a bit in last season, but this season I kind of needed that slot again, so I've moved them to be S builds, which is stash builds. And same for the improvised build, which is actually on character 3, which doesn't show up in the build collection, but of course I wanted to have this build on there. And these builds are even in the recommended build list. For those that don't know it, I have a whole recommended build list on the build collection. If you scroll down far enough, there is an end to it, towards the end there. It says, and once you have all these builds and many others, and you don't know what else to build, you have to finish up with some purple builds. It's the law. That used to be what ended up here, with just the 2 purple builds that existed back in the day, and other miscellaneous joke builds. As at some point I added in the 511 and the improvised headhunter. Although I see actually that I haven't added in the purple headhunter yet. By the time you see this, that will be there. But that is actually there, and I do actually recommend these builds. They are in the build collection or in the recommended build list, somewhat as a joke, but also somewhat as a thing that I recommend. And the reason for that is actually that they're kind of fun to make and then also to run. They bring a smile to people's faces. It is nerfing yourself if you are, if you are somewhat competent and kind of feel like you could use a nerf. You can nerf yourself. Let's go to the first one, which is this purple high-end, what would normally be called a high-end, but of course is a purple superior, actually, because of course purple builds superior to our dear high-ends. And here then we're going with just brand bonuses that we can kind of rely on. We're getting 3-piece Providence, Cheska, Grupo, Fenris, as this is mostly an AR build. I have a LMG secondary as just a secondary. We could, of course, try to maybe put in Walker Harris for here just to have it's applied to both, but I won't put Fenris just because I main the AR. I do unload the LMG here and there, and we'll kind of see that in the gameplay. How do we use that? Especially because that's also the kind of the old gameplay that we would have for instance, old high-ends, Obliterate high-ends. Of course, Obliterate Vigilance, the go-to for just when you want to deal damage, the top damage dealers, without going glass, of course, because that would be, or focus. The general damage dealers that are just reliable and there. Stat-wise, of course, stacking up crit chance, crit damage. We do have Fenris and 2-piece Providence in here, so we're getting already 30 crit chance together with the 10 from the Watch. So 10 from Watch, Cheska, 2nd-piece Providence, that's already 30. If we had 5 pieces having full normal crit chance of high-end, that would be already 60. We don't have that, though, because we're missing a few crit chances in the cases here with some weapon handling, although that's somewhat intentional, as we're just going over 60. If I remove one mod, it is, if I remove one crit chance mod from the weapon, we're ending up around 50-ish or 56-ish something. So we're not going way above 60 here. But what you may notice there is my crit damage is 134. And of course, we don't have any detalk. And I don't mean we don't have Fox's Prayer, so we don't have that detalk. I mean, we have no detalk because this purple weapon, of course, does not come with damage to targets out of cover. It doesn't have a third stat. The purple weapons don't have that. So it is basically these stats, making it very easy for calculations. But also pretty low, as you can imagine. A high-end generally pretty easily reaches 60, 150. And then usually with Fox's Prayer on top, and of course Detalk on the weapon on top, we're lacking all that. So this is a pretty weak build, and we'll see that in the gameplay as well. But of course that is somewhat the point. We don't want this to be overly powerful. So yeah, let's go on from this one. Actually, the one which we won't actually discuss here, but just I want to show it briefly, which is the superior third drone build. As we're trying to go as well with a third drone build. We won't be playing this today. If you want to see this one in action, I have already done a build showcase on purple builds. You can go and see it there. The thing with these is actually that it's pretty effective because mostly we're in the trying to make a red version. We're losing, of course, those 3 mod slots, which would be 36 crit damage at best on a red build. Here, the skill damage and such would not be in a mod slot, of course. You do lose what would be skill haste or maybe a little bit more crit chance if you're setting it up generally how I am, which is that you do go skill damage on every piece, but then together with that crit chance or crit damage. We don't get to have a capacitor because I try to keep it purple, so I feel sneaking in a capacitor is kind of cheating. But that means actually that this turret drone build is not that far off of a normal turret drone build, just because we have the same brand bonuses and we have that skill damage everywhere. We're mostly missing the what we would have from either having a test subject or from having a much better the capacitor as damage bonuses, but it isn't too bad. Of course, also we don't have access to the Honey You named piece, so we will just go with tech support here. Although you could go for combined arms still. But the purple turret drone is actually pretty close to a normal turret drone, but both of those are pretty weak anyway. But well doable, but just as an option. The one we will go into is one of the new additions to the purple collection of mine, and that is, of course, doing Headhunter. I wanted to do this for a while, and now we've done so. 3-piece Aroldi, 2-piece Habsburg, which need to be record, of course, and then a Providence chest. That's also why the Providence pieces are in slots where they aren't with talents, just so they're much easier to get to. Even then here, I'm mostly gone for recording the core, because the headshot, of course, is somewhat of the weaker stat, especially when compared to the core. So I've tried to get headshot weapon handling of decent amount, and then pair that with headshot. I think damage output-wise, this is basically the best we can do. We could, of course, instead of the Providence, go with Walker and Harris, and then get Headhunter on that, kind of chain killer style. I don't think that's per se a better solution. This 15 headshot damage will actually beat it on that first shot. It won't beat it on the cap shot. So I went with Providence. But of course, this actually is up for debate, kind of. Weapon-wise here as well, we're again using purple weapons. The O'Carroll makes an appearance, as of course there is a way of getting purple O'Carrolls, especially if you have to basically get them below level 40, and then you can get purple ones. Not guaranteed, especially around level 37, it starts to become high-end-ish. But yeah, we can go with an SR1, as those are all craftable, and this build as well has actually all been crafted. That's also why none of the stats are too full. I will actually spend some time and try to improve on this build a little bit here and there over the coming time by just running hard summits and hard open world. Then here as well, we have other options for some of the weapons, because yeah, you can of course go with different talents than Determined. If you don't like Determined, you can either go with Ranger or Preservation, as we have here, or a set of any other things that you kind of like. Actually, having a secondary SMG with these kind of builds also actually makes a lot of sense, even though I quite often see people going with other things. Yeah, let's go on to the 511 build, as we saw it in game already as well. And yeah, this is all crit chance, crit damages all around. We're going just over 60 again here as well, just because with these high ends, we have every piece the ability to go with crit chance. And then with high ends, of course, we do have the ability to optimize, but then what kind of is hindering us here is that 511 is a blue core set brand, and because of that, you need to find pieces to recore. So in this case, even these ones, of course, I farmed basically the minor pieces, the mask, the glove, the knee pad, and the holster. Generally, just went out and farmed pieces that had crit chance, crit damage, optimized them up, and then record them. For the chest and the backpack, it's a bit of a different story. The backpack, you get a lot of backpacks, but trying to get a crit chance, crit damage, vigilance backpack, as I have here, is basically the same super unicorn as the Habsburgs would be. And if you don't know, unicorns are just hard to get pieces, where some of the stats underlying it are not the same as the core, meaning that most of the time, 75% of the time, any piece that drops, if it has, for instance, a blue core, one of the minors will be blue. And this is a probability, so, you know, overall, 75% of the time, one of the minor stats will be blue. Seeing as I want double red, that means that only 25% of the pieces that drop overall can have a chance to even be it, but then yellow also exists, so it is actually quite hard to get. And especially once we also add in a talent, because here we're trying to save the recalibration for recording it, then we're going into the territory of super unicorns, which is, for instance, this, or the Habsburg pieces, or a limo chest with glass. And this backpack, as to tell that story, I have actually made the Habsburg pieces, of course, crafted together for the hotshot build that I have on my second account. I used watch points for that. That took me around 18k watch points, which was a lot. This backpack took me around 29k. I got very unlucky with it, likely, but overall I spent around, estimation-wise, around 29k worth of SHT watch points from watch vaults to get this damn backpack. Was it worth it? No, but yes. That is the whole point of these builds. Is any of this worth it? No, but yes. And of course, the chest is still my nemesis, and I'm trying to improve it. I just want to get rid of this one blue here and make that all red, so we can have an all red 511. But for now, this is one of the better pieces that I've gotten through the time with having at least obliterate and crit damage there, so I could put crit chance on it. And then I'll take that blue core, because one of the other pieces that I've had for the longest of time was an Overwatch chest. And that one was all blue, crit chance, crit damage, or all red, I mean. And had the blue core record to red. But that's, of course, Overwatch. Overwatch versus Obliterate. Overwatch is only 12 total weapon damage. Obliterate is 25. This is much better. This, with this blue core, is still a much better build than that Overwatch. Yeah, let's go on to the last one, and that is indeed the improvised, as we saw it earlier as well. And this is pretty simple. We just crafted improvised pieces and optimized them up, retalented them. I've tried to keep it free talentable. This does take quite a bit, and this takes up a lot of resources because they're all crafted pieces. You can see nothing here is not optimized. And yeah, that comes at a high cost in resources. But then, what do you get in return? Not much either anyway, but a smile on your face, a smile on any face that inspects you. Here as well, of course, we're going with a level 40 high-end O'Carroll, because that kind of, I feel, is fitting. Although, if we're actually running it, and we will actually be running it in a little bit, well, I'm going to run it with SR1. I'm not gonna make myself suffer more than this build will make me suffer. Although this one isn't that bad, actually. We'll see in the gameplay. And of course, if you really, really, really want to mess it up, you put a Ninja Bike backpack in it just to make all 5 of these brands, 10 brands. Then you have 10-piece improvised, basically, which still is nothing. 10 times nothing is still nothing. But yeah, you could, just for, to tell a different joke. Yeah, let's move on to a little spreadsheet of numbers that I've prepared, as we'll go over some of the numbers. That was, I think, way too long, 13 minutes. It was, but it's fine. Yeah, let's go to that spreadsheet. Let's bring this back up. Where is this? Here. Let me catch up on some of this as well. It's probably for everyone. Oh yeah, actually, well, yeah, indeed, as pre-built, they're linked already. I'll link as well to the build collection. Was, yeah, that's the recommended build list, and then the rest of it is also in the build collection. But the recommended build list is also in the build collection. But yeah, you can find all of it there. Oh yeah, thank you, pre-built, for linking it there. As in between. I'm kind of recording something for YouTube, and in between all yep, that is. It took me, like, I kept just going at it, and at some point I was like adding up how many watch alts I had used up, and I was like, wait, I'm already at like 26 or 27k watch points for this, and just like, sometimes you just realize that you're kind of fixated on something, and it's just not worth it, really. Because even the Habsburg together was like 18k, and that already felt like way too long. But yeah, sometimes you get unlucky. Yeah, so let's go. Actually, what was this number? This number was the Oreo versus this, right? Yeah. Actually, let me go see. This number was yeah, the Oreo versus that one. Is this actually with? Why is it 111 plus 1500? So this is 90. What would this be? 26 plus... Oh, 26 plus 50. No, what? This makes 0 sense. Because this would be 90 plus 26 plus 30, right? Wouldn't that? Why wouldn't it be? What what happened there? So weird. Wait, it's 90. Why is it 90? 85 plus 5? But how? How is this 85? The fuck? Am I just brain deading here? Yeah, 10 plus 90 was 100. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, it has 5 grading, of course. So, but then would be 80 plus 26. Oh, okay, yeah, 80 plus 26. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, 80 plus 26 would be that. Actually, no, it would be 80 plus 26. That wouldn't be this. It would be.
What? You're still here? It's
Oh, it would be plus 15, but then that makes no sense either. That would be 100, 126.
Cool you jazz people. Got some music coming up for you now.
Yeah, what? So this would be 126 minus 15. Plus 75. All right. So this, but where does this go? Yeah, no, that is right. Yeah, because the grading was up as well. I think I did it ungraded or something. It's weird. And hey there, Seb. And hey, Art Spiller. As yeah, let's go record the next segment. So it's kind of, but yeah, there was a mistake there actually. I was already like, it's already a grade 26 Oreo. Like that's not gonna be lower weapon damage than everything else. Yeah. Let's see. And here's the spreadsheet I've prepared for today. This will, of course, be linked down below, together with all of the build pictures and stuff that you saw earlier. If you haven't seen these before, these are multi-calculators of my design. We can compare up to 10 builds. Each of these rows is a build. Output happens up here. Input happens down here. We also get some checking numbers to check at the range or in-game to see if we have calculated correctly. And I've, of course, checked it out for these. And in here, as I generally do for build showcases, we are comparing mostly against a glass vigilance red, an obliterate vigilance red, and an unbreakable vigilance red, the classic high-end reds. They aren't that common anymore, of course, but I feel most people that are interested in numbers will kind of know how they feel and kind of how they perform. We also have here at the bottom, as a comparison as well, a striker with obliterate with the backpack, an obliterate striker with an Elmo as the weapon. And of course, we're comparing mostly on percentages, basically, between burst DPS between these builds and sustained DPS of these builds. And we're doing so at rates for headshot and DTA. I've set that here to 20% headshot rate and 60% DTA rate, just as general guesstimations on my end for general play. It doesn't really impact the numbers here too much. They do come up a little bit, though. They shifted slightly. Here we're starting out with the 511 build and comparing that to these old high ends, and of course the striker. Now with that obliterate version of the 511, where we have one blue core as well, it is landing pretty low on the weapon damages. Of course, it is graded to 5 on the weapon because, of course, you know that the 5 of the 511 on the grading is also taking on the weapon. So. That is for these two, as we have the obliterate version, and then we also have the Overwatch version, which has also one more red. So we're kind of comparing both of those. But first, let's look at the obliterate version, and we're landing on kind of around 70% of this obliterate versus a glass red. Of course, that isn't the perfect comparison. We would mostly compare it to this obliterate version. And on that, we're basically as well 20% behind that. That is quite a big jump. 20% of damage, if you can see it like that, that is 3 blue cores on a striker build is how you drop around a little bit over 20%. This is a significant jump, and yeah, we're losing that. We're not really gaining, of course, anything in return because we're just the smile on teammates, or maybe we'll just make them cringe at us and rage at us more. It kind of depends on if they're up for it, of course. But we're just losing damage, and we're really not getting anything in return. But of course, that's half the fun. That is, you're not doing this just to be meta or to be good at the game, although actually it will help you become good at the game because it forces you to, because you're not as powerful as you used to be. You can't just melt everything because you don't have the DPS for that. Here we're comparing it then as well against the Overwatch version with Overwatch all the way stacked up and against this obliterate. And we see that we do lose quite a bit of our damage. We're basically losing there around 300k DPS. That is quite the drop, and we're dropping, 4 or 5% here, or a little less than 4% here on our damage versus that red. But that comes at the cost as well of trying to keep Overwatch up, which means being in cover, which isn't my preference. I would rather use cover, but not the cover system per se. And of course, this needs to stack up over time, where obliterate also, of course, needs to stack up over time, but that's just shooting enemies, and then you retain it for quite well. So yeah, we're just losing very hard here. And of course, if we were to compare it to, for instance, the 10 million of a striker with the same settings, kind of, we're basically half. We're just a little bit over half. Of a striker build. And of course, it's not hard to get a striker to 100 stacks and get that output actually going. Then as well, here we have it actually, what happens if we had an Oreo, a grade 26 Oreo, because I do have that on that account as well. What if I slotted that in, we took those stats in, changed the base to that one, the damage would go up, of course, as well, as we would have the grade 26. We see that this is the reason why I don't kind of see the Oreo, putting an Oreo on a joke build as being really still keeping to the original intent, because that is more than a glass red. That is 110% of a glass red. Oreo is that good. Elmo could not do this. Elmo would not be sufficient to get you to these kind of numbers, but Oreo definitely is. And here I'm keeping it actually on the build as was, so that means that we're wasting. Basically, that build is set up with a weapon that has 3 crit chance mods to reach 60, and of course Oreo by itself has already 41 crit chance. 31 crit chance, 21 plus 10 from the mod. That means that you could put in a bunch of either headshot or weapon handlings and get this number even higher. And of course, even on sustain, it still beats everything else. This is a reason why, yeah, the Oreo version to me isn't surprising that, for instance, some people have ran incursions and such with them. The Oreo is that powerful to take this over. Because even as well, if I were to have the perfect version, because I've set this up a little bit that we can do that, as I'm removing one -15 there. If we had the all red version of it with obliterate as well, still, if I had that chest, we would even gain another 7%-ish here and be at 117% of a glass red with just that Oreo. Of course, the range is still a consideration there, but that isn't a consideration, for instance, for incursion or some content. But yeah, we're giving up a lot of damage. We're around 70% of a glass red, and that glass red was already way behind a striker red, as we saw. Let's make it worse. Let's go to the purples. Here we have purple haze with the G36 and the M249, as that's the two weapons that I'm using on it. The M249 actually overall is the better pick just because the LMGs, we don't have that third stat, so we don't have detox on ARs. LMGs then having detox as our second stat actually are a pretty good choice. Of course, ARs can go up to 18%, I believe, for purple, maxed out, not the 21 that we have, but yeah. And then we have two versions of it. So let's discuss the first one first. Again, comparing to, in the same way, to Glass Vigilance Reds, an Obliterate Vigilance Red, an Unbreakable Vigilance Red, and then our purples here. And it's even worse than the 511, as expected as well. The stats are just lower. We're missing 3 mod slots as well that we would have even with the 511, even if we're giving up the brand bonuses. We're even lower. We're at 58% of a glass red and well below the half of a striker. The AR, still, even at 60% DTA rate and 20% headshot, actually does beat out the M249, but that's mostly because as well, the M249 is not the best LMG. If I had a fast hands RPK, if I had a fast hands MG5, it would be competitive and even be ahead of the G36 that I have here. But it being the M249, it isn't really that great. And here as well, I'm taking actually the stats as in-game as whatever I have, basically. And a lot of those stats weren't full, of course. That is the second set. So with these, I'm going this Perf Haze is for perfect haze. What if all of the stats were maxed out? Basically, what if you had optimization available there? Because I could gain quite a bit of crit damage, although it wasn't as much as I expected, because while those stats aren't that full, we're just basically gaining 10 crit damage going all maxed out. That is what it's really missing. It's missing a little bit of crit chance as well. We could have a little bit more weapon handling if more of the stats were full. But as well, we're gaining a little bit on the DTH of, for instance, the AR, which isn't full, but the DT, the damage to targets out of cover on the LMG was actually full. So, so we would gain a little bit of stats, not that much in the end, actually just basically 10 crit damage, which that would help a little, would take us over the 60% mark on a perfect version if I were to find all of them perfectly. Now, of course, a little while back, there was some shenanigans you could do with crafting, which wasn't that hard. A lot of people did figure it out by themselves before it even got publicized. And yeah, you could make fully crafted pieces, and that included purples, but I didn't do so at the time intentionally. I didn't want to. And yeah, the difference between them as well, this is comparing between the non-perfect versions versus the perfect versions. I would gain basically around 7%, which is not like negligible, but of course, finding those pieces pretty hard. I've been grinding for quite a while. Let's get to this last one, as is the last of our calculations for today. Although this isn't really calculations, this is just comparison, as I've taken it from in-game, as we have the numbers just taken from in-game. Actually, I'm going to zoom out here. As on the right, I just, at the range, shot enemies and just took the numbers from the in-game damage, just to collate them here. That is generally easier for me than just than try to calculate all these, because errors will come into it from the game, I can also just be sure already. I would check it up against the game anyway, so I might as well just take the numbers from now. You may have seen these in the past, as this is us comparing between headhunters, and this is especially going over what the first shot is and the cap shot. That is really the two that I care about, because reaching certain thresholds will mean a lot for certain builds. Being able to go over, for instance, with this Habsburg, over the 9.7-ish, 9.8-ish that elites are, with the hotshot pre-stacked here, with a grade 25 SR1 as the weapon. That means that we can one-shot elites to start off with. And when you have that, for instance, that can make a big difference, of course, if you don't have to start on a purple. Also, on the second shot, reaching over 20 million-ish, so you can one-shot names. That can be really handy to have. Then we have, as we have here, the HSs are all the hotshots. We have several versions of those with them pre-stacked, or basically with the talent active or with the talent inactive, so the first shot. Then we also have a ninja variant here, which is the newer ninja variant that you may have seen going around, which is with a hotshot and the breaking point, Araldi, aces and eights, and Habsburg. So I had to think for a second. They are actually pretty good now, a little bit better, because they have gotten one better bonus, basically, so you can drop the chain killer now. They do compete somewhat, not that greatly, but they have enough firepower by themselves. Then, here we have the 6-piece improv and the purple headhunter, as we have them here. The 6-piece improv, as we see here, it's dropping a lot in the weapon damage stat. That's because it is, of course, missing out on all of those bonuses like hotshot and such, where, for instance, the ninja bike variant really relies on those, but yeah, even the hotshot ones are much higher than it in the weapon damage stats, meaning that it's falling behind there. Its headshot actually is pretty decent, same for its weapon handling, actually, because we do get a lot of pieces where we can put headshot on, of course, and it's also running 6 mods with headshot. But we see the return there because of its so much lower weapon damage, that it is actually pretty far behind the other two at this 71% of the others in that base damage there, or in the first shot damage. This also is just above what a purple is. Still enough for a purple, and of course it doesn't have any stacking mechanics or anything. It just needs to have vigilance up, and when it does so, it has that 6.7 and it can just one-shot purple. On the second shot, it can go way above an elite, but not reach a named yet at all, of course. But actually, its cap shot as well is way higher than a named. So this thing actually works perfectly fine. It honestly, it kind of shows that headhunter builds, you don't have to overthink them. Just if the 6-piece improvise can do it, what can't? And the answer to that is kind of actually this purple headhunter, because yeah, it is below a purple here for its first shot. Of course, its weapon damage is even more abysmal, because also the base of the purple SR1 is lower. We're also missing out on that detox. We're missing out on a lot of stats. Even though I'm trying to put the weapon damage pretty high, we're also missing a lot of headshots. So yeah, that first shot, not looking too great, but from the second shot onwards, it can actually go after an elite. 10 million is more than enough for a solo elite. 21 million is as well enough for dealing with a named. So it has those bases covered, but it can't, for instance, start on a purple. So control points are kind of out for it. So yeah, let's actually start moving to take these builds into some gameplay, as we have discussed them quite in depth. And we'll start off with the purple builds and kind of go around and mess around with them. I was paying attention to the other two systems, not going out into, not timing out, basically. That I totally forgot about the main system, which did. How long was that? That was pretty long. 14 minutes. We're kind of... kind of going. I mean, this one I'm kind of expecting it to be an hour and a half almost, because there's a lot of builds. But also, we've discussed a lot of it already. let me in the background actually shut down the other games. No, not delete. How do you quit? Oh, that's how I quit. Because we'll need to log out the systems just so they don't get in the way. Because later on I need to of course log into those accounts, and they need to be logged out on those systems. Come in, log out. Yeah, let's go back here for a second, and I'll actually have a peek if anything was said. I'm gonna shut those systems down. We're not gonna. Because we're gonna be swapping accounts so much anyway. I don't wanna. Yeah, let's take her back to DC in the meanwhile. Did the game crash? Did the whole system crash?
Automated external defibrillators have
That
been
wouldn't surprise
deployed
me either.
by hostiles.
Actually, I need a bio break real
Entering
quick.
safe area.
So actually go do that real quick. I'll put it back here for a sec. I don't know, that was a lot of talking. Also, I totally should have thought about it and actually added in the purple headhunter into the recommended build list there as well. We will do at some point. But yeah, I'm gonna take one quick bio break and then we'll be back and then we'll continue.
I'm living the capitalist dream.
Okay, yeah, let's get back here. Is this thing just going out of focus or just it's just not in focus like perfectly the whole time? That's because the lens sucks. Cheap lens. Oh, I was kind of thinking of doing a bounty with this one, maybe. Yeah, let's maybe do that. Well, actually, the names are gonna suck for this gal. The other film was just doing a mission. I was thinking DCD. Yeah, it's a DCD. Because, yeah, we're gonna take the headhunters into the open world, mostly. Let's set, actually, let's take Fragile. Fragile is fine. I do have an ammo box in this one, so that will be fine. Let's take this back here, and then let's get it set up, and then we'll we'll go do DCD real quick. Yeah, DCD will be like 14 minutes, right? So, I'm thinking of just Lincoln, but I've done Lincoln in the past with the purple. Just because Lincoln is like 8 minutes is the thing. Yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the record and then we'll just get going. Yeah. Actually, let's start on this. And to start off the gameplay parts here, I'm gonna take the purple build. We're gonna go do a mission with it. I've chosen DCD just as a somewhat shorter mission so we can get through it pretty quickly. But in the meantime as well, kind of show how, well, how this plays, how poorly this plays, I always wanted to say. Even though it's not that terrible. I'm taking here a Hive and a Pulse. I'm running Gunner, seeing as I'm solo. And this is just a very weak red build. This is basically on par if you've ever matchmade and gotten somewhat poorer builds that you're kind of like, why would anybody make this? It's kind of on par with those. That doesn't mean it's weak, because it is all red cores. It has...
AEDs in proximity.
I need to turn on the global event off. Let's end that recording there.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, let's get this reset. Although, yeah, we need the global event turned off. I'm gonna bet I'm going to not remember all 3 times. We're gonna swap 2 times on accounts. So this was the first time I forgot. We'll see what if that happens as well with the other ones. What would you rec for an Eagle Bearer build besides Striker? ¿Por qué no lo Striker? I mean, the thing is, Eagle Bearer is just a weapon. The only thing you have to keep in mind is that it has 10 crit chance instead of the 15 you could have on a high end. But that is also the same as like the F2000. The thing is, kind of depends what you're going for, because you could put it in a high end, you could put it in a Negotiator, you could put it in Umbra, you could put it in even supporty builds, although, I mean, FI or something red FI would prefer Elmo just for the crit chance. But for instance, Negotiator is a perfectly acceptable build that kind of works really well. Yeah, let's try that again. Now without the global event. And we're gonna start off with that purple build as we returned here with it. And yeah, it is as it is on the build picture, together with that purple Prophet that is actually quite rare. And everything, of course, is also colored purple, just because you mean I have to, right? That's also why sometimes when people see me suddenly with some purple colored gear, in the past people would know what time it is, and it's purple time. And yeah, we're gonna do DCD, it being a little bit of a shorter mission, just so we get through it decently fast. And as we saw with its numbers, this is basically the worst build out of everything that we'll see today. But it's still not bad. It's still a full red build at its core. Most of its weapon damages are either record or they're maxed out. So I'm not that far behind on just the weapon damage. I'm just low on crit, low on well, the chance is 60, but the crit damage is is somewhat lower. And of course, the purple weapons as well, lower base. We're missing out on that third stat. A lot of parts are
See if you can hook
worse.
Isaac into that
Also as well,
turret
this
and
is
get us some intel.
there's a chest in here, which I feel a lot of people miss. As always with these parts, as we get a brazen military M870 that we can put a different third stat on, and that actually would be usable. But to go back to the purple build, yeah, it is just worse. So why would you do this to yourself? And the answer is, this is actually, I have to play this. Now, solo scaling is, of course, still not difficult. This is one of the reasons why we quite often say, yeah, anything will work solo, because this will work solo. There's not...
Connection established.
But of course, if you were to make this, if you were to basically try to hit the same DPS burst and sustain DPS on, for instance, a high-end build, you could of course put in a bunch of blue cores, get a pretty powerful shield out of it, maybe have memento and kind of land on the same stats, giving you a lot better options. So this is kind of the worst way of doing it, but then of course, sometimes gimping yourself is one of the best ways to be pimping yourself. So.
That's just a fancy way of saying everything.
And of course, as getting a purple build together, you become a card-carrying member of the purple gang, as we used to have back in the day. I used to run around with a bunch of people who were just as crazy as me and would go for purple builds. I have actually taken purple builds into, or well, this purple build, well, a previous version of it, into a raid actually. A long time ago. We weren't all on purple builds just because there weren't eight people crazy enough. But there were 5, I believe. It was either 5 or 4 that were crazy enough, and the rest was running high ends and kind of carrying us, if we're being honest. But yeah, these aren't far enough behind that they definitely would be struggling way too much. And as you may notice here as well, I'm kind of playing it aggressive. I'm not you know, playing it slow or anything. I have a revive hive. Up until the point that my revive hive goes, I'll kind of generally play it aggressive. Of course here as well, I'm talking and kind of that also takes some of my mental faculties. That elite getting away is gonna come back to haunt me, I feel. Especially there, where I can't really grenade him. We'll close the distance. Oh, he's stuck in his... LMGs sometimes do that, where they kind of just blindly fire around. That means that they don't really know where you are. And one of the things you may notice I have here is actually Pulse plus Hive, instead of having, you know... I think he got special ammo there, so I'm just gonna get him to move. And those guys are always the bane of red builds.
Decontamination protocol can be
He would have been much easier
initiated
if I
in the lab above
had
you.
focused him down
Stay
at the
put
start
when you pull the
and
trigger
gotten
and you
him
should be
out of
safe.
there by
Now
shooting out his
forward, you
backpack.
can't miss it. It's right in the middle of the lab.
Because that did cost me a lot of med packs. We're getting some back there, but of course I'm still armor broken. One that actually will bring up, because yeah, we have other med packs available here. But one thing you can do as well, I feel a lot of people don't know about this, but you can just in the middle of a mission, we reach a checkpoint. Well, of course, wiping will cost you going back to the start on heroic. Just fast traveling out and in doesn't. So here I'm just fast traveling back here, going to the White House. It is a safe area. It isn't a shared space, but it is a safe area, so you get all your ammo back and such. If for instance for ammo, but also med packs. So I'm back here. I'm with 4 med packs. Is that cheating? Depends. That's up to you. I don't consider it cheating, especially when I'm running a shitty build that kind of needs all the help that it can get, because I had used all of my med packs. There were actually more than 3 med packs in that area. Here's well, we're gonna skip this. We're just gonna go here and push the button that will start the air fryer here, and we'll air fry these people. This is just a big air frying room. And we'll head on down. And yeah, purple builds are just that. It is you can join an exclusive club we have cookies. They're purple cookies. Don't ask how we make them purple. That is a trade secret.
You should be able to access the
And in the past, yeah, having ran. When I say raid, I mean
they
Dark
haven't
Hours, of
disposing of the
course.
corpses properly,
Iron Horse
we could have
would
an outbreak
be
on our
much too much of a hassle. Although I'd be up for trying. But yeah, and of course, just running around with back in the day with 4 people running these, because there were back then few people that were interested in running these, and now as well. If you are interested in putting one together or have one already, I'd be interested in running with you. We could join up. As one of the things I will always remember. I don't know even how it happened, but I remember that moment vividly, and we kind of redid it several times later. Is at some point we were as if we were Pokemon almost, and we were just going purple gang, purple gang, purple gang, purple gang, purple gang. And I remember us at some point just running into American History Museum and just doing that entire mission with 4 of us being on Discord and just yelling out purple gang, purple gang, purple gang, purple. Just the whole time through that. One of the memories I will always have about the Division, and it's about as silly as it can get. And that's half the fun. Go silly, be a silly Billy, and you know, you'll enjoy life better. You can either laugh at life or cry at life. I would recommend laughing at it. Crying at it is just So make as much fun as you can. And then there's this, to me especially as well, getting purple builds together. Now, of course, we'll have the crafting option. We'll kind of discuss that with the next build, as I'll have the options of crafting there. In the past, you would have to farm these, and a lot of my time has been spent on hard and stuff, just farming. Just having YouTube in the background. It, of course, is not good for XP. It is, of course, not good for other loot. But changing the mechanic of just, you know, getting purple gear to drop, and then going instead of... Normally, of course, when purples come out of crates and stuff, you go like, I got a purple. You change that to, oh, I got a purple when you're actually crafting purple ones. But of course, yeah, you can craft them nowadays. That is significantly easier. Of course, not all parts are craftable for all slots, especially some of the brands. But a lot are. You can always make something viable, basically, just by crafting nowadays for this. But still going out and actually farming for it. I've done a lot of Summit on hard. Getting also a lot of, you know, of course, back in the day, needing to do 30 floors for a Summit project. Yeah, doing those on hard, just with some YouTube on the background. It was kind of fun, because also that's even more mindless. Here's why, actually, I haven't been using it much, but I have this LMG in my back with Strained. This is actually one thing we used to do a lot with high-end builds that I feel is forgotten now that Striker is so much the thing. I'm just going to empty this thing out. And, where is this? Oh. Okay, snuck all the way up there. Once it's empty, it's on 6 rounds there, it's empty. It just goes on my back. I'm not going to use the rest of it until much later. I'm going to reload in between some of these fights, and that's when I'm going to get it back into action. I'm not playing perfectly here, but that's also not needed. I'm gonna blow up this special ammo. No special ammo for you guys. Partially as well, as I'm kind of talking and reminiscing and stuff, of course. But honestly, solo heroic is once you kind of are decent at the game. Of course, I'm not gonna say that it's easy, because for a lot of people it isn't. I have another game knowledge. I'm 24K. A second account that is 7K, and a third account that is 2-point-something K. I know this game pretty well, so I get by. But you can get there too. This isn't. I'm not the greatest player. I'm definitely not of speed run quality.
Data transfer initiated.
As some people that I do know are. Here as well. We can actually push in. I'm not actually gonna push in too far. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to push it up to here. One thing as well is that actually the minigun, of course, is my best weapon. It is basically the high end. Although actually, there. It didn't work out for me as it took too long to get out. I'm just going to fall back here. Let's not wipe. Also, in a second, we're going to have the people from the other side coming. I'm hoping she dies to that. She doesn't, of course. And she needs to die for the Lex wave to spawn. That puts me actually in a decent position for that wave as well. This is very set. It is the door on this side, the door on that side, the door on this side, the door on that side. At least on heroic. On hard and stuff, it is different order. And here as well, we still have 7 seconds remaining. So we could have gotten any loot there. But yeah, going back to the minigun is actually one of the better choices weapon-wise because it does actually have equivalent damage to high-end. So it actually does perform a lot better. I'm going to use my quick heal there to actually fix up my armor break. If you've missed that, yeah, now if you double tap the whatever your med pack is on, it will do a quick heal, and that quick heal also will actually remove fragile armor, as long as you're not bugged, of course. Which is actually, yeah, quite handy. You can very quickly remove one. Here, I'm just going to actually push up. One of the things I feel a lot of people do here way too much is they start shooting. You don't have to. If they're not in combat with you, you go and find a good spot, which is here. I'm going to start with the sniper, and then the closest guy. That rusher will just rush towards me, so I'm leaving him last. He's always going to be easy to kill. And yeah, one enemy remaining. We're going to start getting the others here. I'm actually going to send a foam grenade there, kind of expecting the named to kind of land there. I did open up an ammo box. So one of the things is whenever you grab ammo from an ammo box, it actually reloads all your weapons. So my LMG, I never reloaded it after that fight. I could have actually reloaded it and would have come in handy with that other fight. But just having picked up ammo from an ammo box, that reloaded it. So it's available again. And of course, the thing with this is I can have 150 rounds with strained on top. So it's with a damage talent. You can just unload that and then, yeah, just not deal with the reload. And here as well, let's get a grenade there. He either rolls and I get him, or he stays in it and I get him. And there we go. As we get a DCD out of the way. Yeah, as we saw there, it doesn't struggle because and solo scaling, especially with somewhat of the easier missions, like if I were to take this into DARPA, if I were to take this into Pentagon, if I were to take this into maybe even Tombs or such, it would struggle a little bit more. But here we did this mission in 13 minutes, which is quite long for DCD, but we got through it without that much issue with 3 directives. And that's kind of the thing with these. You make them just to give yourselves a little bit of an extra challenge, because that was definitely more challenging than if I were to run through it with a tech tank, for instance, or something. I would just blow through it. There, I had to pay attention here and there. Yeah, let's move on to the next one, which is going to be the Purple Headhunter, as we'll also discuss how to craft and such for these nowadays, as it's not perfectly simple. There we go. That's all catch of you. And there, MJ. Bring me joy, yeah, exactly. And that's always, you know, that's part of the fun with these. Just make something silly that kind of works. And the thing to me though is still they need to be cohesive. It has to be an actual. It's like a real joke. That's also what I'm going to say with the conclusion here is it needs to be an actual joke. It's not like, why did the chicken cross the road? Because the color purple is not blue. Like, that doesn't make sense. You know, that it needs to actually be a cohesive thing to actually.
Thank you, Agent.
Let's put the military aid sound here. Although that's not going to survive. Like, this brazen one isn't going to survive. next time. Yeah, we're gonna swap builds, or swap builds, swap accounts. I need to make sure to check each time if that I don't break. That audio doesn't break. But the systems are off now. Okay. What I need? Which one was that? Because yeah, I'm throwing out a lot of stuff, which is part of the fun I feel as well with the build showcase. Also for others is it's about the builds, but then on top of that, it's also about just throwing everything around. So me. Because I feel a lot of people watch more for that. Me as well. Like, I feel most of the things that have really made me go, what? are mostly stuff that is kind of said in between stuff where people are kind of, just randomly talking about something. And then you go like, wait, what? That works like that? Actually, no, let's not drink too sugary drinks because that actually makes my mouth kind of not want to talk as well. Let's grab this other sugary drink, non-fizzy one. As yeah, we're going to second account. Did that break my the oh no. Because that often breaks. Oh, no, panic. As we're gonna go take the purple headhunter. Although most of this is going to be more talking about crafting this and then just barely showing it, because we're going to move on to the 511 pretty quickly. I need to rebuild that build on her as well for a sec.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
Let's also take her to
Entering safe area.
DC. And hit her ducky. As it, let's good.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
Yeah, let's slow the headhunter sharpshooter thingy. And then from there put on all of these purple pieces. There we go. Let's go stand where I usually stand to introduce builds, because also we'll run down and although actually that's on that other character, isn't it? Well, yeah, let's do segment this, but I'm gonna yeah, we'll introduce this build and then actually go to that character. And then come back in. Yeah, let's do it like that. And here we're going to continue with the other purple build that we're going to discuss today. As even though I have three, we're going to just discuss two. The third drone build also exists, and you can have a look at that as I showed it off earlier as well. I'll link it in the description as well with that one. But we're not going to show it because that one is actually too much like a normal sort of drone build. This headhunter though is not. This one is, as we saw with its numbers as well, much weaker than any of the other headhunters. And this one is also all crafted. So you'll see with all of these pieces, you can see their source is crafted. And that's because you can craft purple gear now, even at 40, because these are level 40 pieces. And yeah, it is very much set up just to be all headshot, all weapon handling. It actually reaches a decent amount of headshot, 228, although most headhunter builds are reaching into the 300s. A hotshot is in the 300s. Also, weapon damage-wise, it would be much higher than this. A hotshot kind of reaches close to 200 almost, combined with marksman rifle damage, all weapon damage, and specific weapon damage combined. This is barely reaches 150. So, and then, yeah, the base isn't there. We don't have any detox. We do have actually damage to armor, 5%, and that comes from the 3-piece of Araldi. I feel that is likely the best choice I have in here. We could go 2-piece and then a walker piece or something, or maybe go 2-piece walker, but then you still have that 5 damage, replacing maybe the Providence or such. But I feel this kind of works. But then let's actually show how to craft purple. And for that, I don't have the ability on this character because this is actually the main character here. And this one has existed for a while. But you can, if you are making a watch alt nowadays. This is a watch alt that actually is not empty and is going to get deleted pretty soon. We're going to go to it. And when I reached 40, you have the option of upgrading the bench. From purple, if you're doing the one, or if you're boosting to 30, or if you are doing a one start, it'll be purple already. Let's go to the shared space here, as that's actually going to be faster. This character, then, actually, I just haven't upgraded it, and that's the simple trick. It's one simple trick. It pops up to this. Actually, this upgrade is actually a press and hold, so even if you accidentally press it once or something, you just have to watch out to not press and hold. If you cancel, you can just craft purple pieces. And that purple gear, all of that has been just crafted through here. That's also why I've picked the pieces or the slots that I have, because Araldi is available for those slots, but there is, for instance, no Araldi mask available, because some of the older brands don't have it available for all slots, especially the year 1 brands don't have all slots covered for crafting, at least. They, of course, drop for all slots, but not that. So that's where I, for instance, went with having the Habsburg be on those pieces, just because, you know. And also aesthetically, we have the right side be Araldi and then the left side being other things. One thing I wanted to point out here as well is actually a simple little trick. I'll make a separate short for this one as well, but you can actually as well craft purple Yal. Although actually this week, because they were saying that Yal was going to be removed from the clan vendor, that is not the case. It is actually available on the clan vendor right now this week as a filming of this this build showcase. So either they didn't do it right, or they might still in the future. If that happens, though, we still have another way, and that is just crafting purple gear, purple Yal gear. As you may notice here on the right side, it doesn't actually require anything other than the normal resources. It doesn't require any Yal pieces. But then when you deconstruct this, there is basically, with high-end pieces, you would get guaranteed 1 Yal part per deconstructed piece. With purple, I would say it's like a 50-50. So we made 6 pieces there. I'm gonna mark them all as junk, which they already were. When I deconstruct here, you'll notice that I got 2 Yal pieces there. That is below average, but still a way of getting Yal pieces, Yal parts, if you really needed to. So as a side tip. But yeah, this is, for instance, how the purple, how that purple set was crafted. One thing as well, so you could actually, you have the names and such if you have the blueprints. You can't craft any of these. Some of the purple names that you can craft. So for instance, you would think, I have a Fox's Prayer here. It's purple even as well. I could craft this, but actually all of these pieces come with no stats at all. They're either missing their talent, their special talent for the chests and backpacks, but especially with these pieces that have stats as their special thing, they come with no stats. So this would be just a pure loss in this case. That's why, for instance, that choice has not been made here. But basically what I've sat here is just sat here and crafted a bunch of the parts that you see being used there. It only takes resources. It doesn't even take the parts for the certain brands and such. So you don't even need Habsburg pieces and stuff. And then mostly I've recalibrated, as you've seen on the layout there, the cores to be read. But yeah, this is the way nowadays to get pretty easy purple gear, especially if you have access to Watch Alt, which, for instance, this character then is. You just have to remember to just not upgrade this and just save it for this. Yeah, let's go back to that other character and run around a little bit with that purple handle. Yeah, okay. Because I wanted to show this at some point as well. Oh, it's 5 minutes. Let's do another 5 minutes or just running around. Let's go back to Where's base farm for Habsburg for all red? If you're farming for it, that might take a while. The better way is to craft for it. That's where I've gotten mine, and most people will have. There is Habsburg on one of the vendors this week. So what most people do is do watch alts, then go and just buy on the vendor, deconstruct until like the alt is full, then deconstruct it, get 150 parts, and then just craft with that. But that generally, of course, requires a decent high enough SHD. If you're gonna go farm for it, I would first recommend just having, if it is for the hotshot build, just to make it a Chainkiller Araldi or Chainkiller the Gift for now, just so you have one, because the difference isn't that big. And then if you are going to craft or grind for it, countdown over most things. Just by number, just by sheer number, it kind of is the one that works out. Let's actually reset the control points here as well.
Hey,
Actually, no, it does that. Actually, it doesn't matter. No, it's fine. Yeah, let's... Annoyingly, it's nighttime, so not much is spawning. Although I can go for that. But yeah, generally, yeah, crafting for it is the better way. But you need a decent amount of SHG levels for that to be a viable thing to do. And when we say decent, like 2k at the very least. Because then you do watch alt runs and get a watch alt and then use that to... yeah. Let's actually get into it with this headhunter. As we saw on its on that little spreadsheet which collated its numbers, I can't start on a purple, but I can start on a red, of course. So actually, this patrol coming along the way is perfectly fine here. We're on heroic 5 directives, and I have, in fact, the wrong scope on it as we've loaded builds and stuff. Because of course I'm running a headhunt, or I'm running sharpshooter. Sharpshooter is really handy for this, as we talked about in the hotshot build showcase as well. It just lines up so well with headhunter builds. Partially as well as when I go into cover here, I will get a bunch of extra ammo just by being in cover for longer than 20 seconds. Every 5 seconds afterwards, we get 5 rounds for the weapons, for marksman rifles and rifles. So you can just use that as your go-to. Here, I'm gonna need to two-shot this this big boy, likely, but I do. And at the end of the day, this is just another headhunter, except the weak one. It can't start on a purple or an elite, so this actually, I despise running this for control points. It also does not have enough of a cap to deal, for instance, with LMG named, meaning that if we get LMG named on a control point, that means that I'm gonna lose my stack on them, and then I need to restack. But of course, here I've stacked up, and that makes it work. We did the public execution there. That's the thing again when we talk about basically everything works solo. Basically everything does work solo. Solo scaling is just easy enough. Also, you have to keep in mind that on solo you get it's not just that the scaling is lower, it's also that the enemy amounts and their veterancy is also lower. So that helps quite a bit. On 4-man, of course, for instance, these guys' scaling would not only be higher, but they would be all elites. So I wouldn't even have anybody to start on, even though we started there on something else. It is nighttime, of course. On nighttime, less stuff spawns in. So I'm kind of having a peek around as to who we're going to go kill. And as you may notice, I'm kind of lingering around around where outcasts spawn. That is, of course, my preferred enemies when it comes to any headhunter type build. But let's maybe just go and try New Venice, because we do have some tricks that we can use to actually do control points. I'm gonna use one of them here. We do have the TAC 50 on my back. The TAC 50 hits hard enough to start on an elite, basically on anything that has a little bit of red cores and stuff. It'll do it. That means that I can open up with that. I'll lose my Determined, of course. I'm running Determined here. Also, one thing I wanted to point out, as my secondary, I have a bunch of options. As we saw there, I have a level 36 O'Carroll. You can get purple O'Carrolls at sub-level in the same way of just from our dear friend the Hoarder. He's still dropping them as well, even though we're out of the summer event kind of. I have a SR1 as well here with Preservation and one with Ranger. And especially with these, I have the Talent, and then I've recalibrated the core to be 15% marksman damage. One of the things I noticed is actually crafting for a purple SR1, as I did here. I did not get Determined, and I made over 300 of these. I made 2 batches, basically, on an empty character. I did not get one Determined, which is beyond the realm of reason. So I don't think Determined actually rolls on maybe purple gear, maybe all. No, actually on SR1s, I've definitely uncrafted SR1s. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but not on purple ones, it seems. It's a 1 in 26, so it could be that it was just a fluke, but I didn't see a lot of the talents actually pop up. It was a lot of repeats. So with that one, I had to go for one where I had to keep the core and then recalibrate it. So here we have this purple. I'm going to do that. That was 12 million, as you notice there. That is more than enough for also an elite. An elite would be just over 10 million. I hear noises behind me. I hear many noises behind me. I'm just going to wait for this guy. I'm going to just make sure I get this guy. That one is really the only dangerous guy. I'm actually gonna get my drone out because I love the drone. The drone is really good for headhunting mills. If you haven't tried it out, definitely do. Vision is one of the most important things, and that drone is very powerful for that. Because also, for instance, if I actually had it out, I would have noticed these guys trying to sneak up on me. But here, of course, now that I'm stacked and going. Yeah, we have no more issues. Because also, that's the reason I go against Outcasts. These guys will not have any helmets. So normally, if you were to hit a helmet, you would have to then start the stack again. Now, with a normal hotshot, that would usually mean just singling out a purple or a red and kind of trying to murder them, of course. Here, in the case of this one, I would need a red to one-shot, or I can two-shot a purple. But yeah, two-shotting purple while they're wiggling and stuff. And yeah, as we talked about earlier, if I get an LMG named, I can't actually one-shot them. So what I'm going to do actually is use my TAC 50 round here. And I was trying to shoot at their butt, but I missed fully. He doesn't know where I am. Although, there we see a little bit of bugginess. But yeah, this guy is a lot of shots. I hear voices behind me again. We'll get through him eventually. Just gonna grab this TAC 50 round. Yeah, let's put my drone on this end. I'm gonna go sit up on that end. I'm pretty certain that I'm just above the cap for a rusher, an elite rusher. So I'm gonna try to hit them because I have Determined still. So we'll try to single one out.
Reinforcements en route.
And generally as well, it's pretty handy to split up these fights into two, not call them in instantly. I'm hoping for a rusher. I had enough for that. And because of that, of course, the next shot will be that plus 125%, because I don't have perfect Headhunter, of course. So that's going to be enough to get through the enemies. So, and from that point on, this is basically a normal Headhunter, except it's not that high of a cap. So if we get another, if we get another LMG, as we do, of course, then I need to. This time, let's try to do it right. And yeah, the TAC 50 does have a zoom. If you didn't know, you can melee while scoped in. And yeah, god damn it. But that's fine. We have a few shots. Although actually, oh yeah, actually it's a named. I'm not even thinking of that. That is a named, and we'll have a reduction to the TAC 50. But yeah, we got that way guy down. Let's actually, you know what? Let's go with these guys. And it's especially that first shot with this thing that is its issues, kind of.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Because once it gets going, especially nowadays with the buffs to the SR1 and such, the SR1 being kind of competitive. The SR1 is at least one that is not that hard to reload, so you're not struggling that much. Our allies got hugged there, and our allies are being good decoys.
Incoming hostiles detected.
One thing you may notice as well, I don't have a revive hive, mostly because, of course, yeah, I have cool skills on. Cool skills would just mean that hive is always on cooldown because I'm always going to have my drone out. I'd much rather have the drone, so instead of I foam next to it, the drone is going to stay out long enough that the cool skills will... Oh, we have still enemies remaining. I thought we were done. And we have made a lot of headshots. I'm actually going to send my drone out there because... Did something make it all the way past them? Is that what is happening? Because also these guys might just become bugged, which is not uncommon if you've ever seen it. But if that is the case, we'll just leave them. And of course, with Headhunter as well, we're getting a lot of headshot accolades. That is actually a lot of our bonus XP. That's also there why when combat ended, we got a level because we got all those accolades at that point. That guy is having a bad day. But here we saw a little bit of this purple Headhunter, which can be pretty easily put together, of course, and kind of ran. It's just a weaker Headhunter, and only to me really interesting actually if you're not running it with determined. Although of course you can just run it for determined just for the style points and just to be the cool kid. It's just a little bit weaker, and you just can't start on purples, which normally a hot shot, for instance, can. This just can't. Yeah, let's go to the next one, which will be the 11th slot on this character, which is character 5 in the build collection, which is, of course, 511. Let's go to that. That went way longer than I wanted. How long are we in total? 114. Okay. We can still do it. Better than what? 90%. Oh yeah. You may have at points heard me say the sentence, even my purple build has more damage than whatever that guy is running. And I'm saying that from experience. Actually, wait, let's loot first. I need to fast travel here again. Because I can't have those on, or I would rather not have them.
I know we need the rain, but I have
That guy is just stuck in that. Let's actually load the build up correctly. Yeah, let's go bounty with this one, I feel. Oh yeah, we went through Outcasts already. Let's go against a different faction. Actually, yeah, win DCD as well, which is also Outcasts. Invaded air and space. Invaded plaza, maybe. Yeah, let's just do Lincoln. I should briefly, let me go back to this and this, so I know. Yeah. Let's get this cleaned up, just to be clean. But no, let's set the mission first, actually. I'm gonna go stand here. No. Love the green smoke too. What? Yeah, let's go do this. Yeah. And let's need this 511 as we have put some 511s into our 511s and running 511s with grade of 511 in slot 511. And this is the classic joke build, I feel. And yeah, as we saw on its numbers, this is better than that purple one. So this is actually just easier. Of course,
We need you to secure the memorial
depending
of
on
the
what
True Sons
you pick
forces.
and how
maintain this
craftable
outpost.
it
True
is,
Sons will
because
be
that's the
direct
thing.
threat to
This
the
is the
campus.
representation of having making joke builds out of brands. Any brand that you put 6 pieces of into a character on a build is gonna suck, even if it's 6 pieces of Cheska. Now, of course, you could also make it with gear sets, but I feel 6 pieces Striker or something would be too easy, but then 6 pieces Umbra would be too weak. These builds, just because you're giving up basically, you know, well, in this case, all 6 brand bonuses, you're kind of that's gonna lose you a bit. But you're not losing that big.
They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
It's still, as we saw on the numbers,
Agent, you'll need to
it's
find
not
a way to
good.
open that gate.
It's enough. It has obliterate. I do have vigilance. I'm running it here with gunner, especially as well for our little Fus Roda, just to keep people busy for a second.
putting up a turret.
And of course, Lincoln, a mission I know pretty well. I feel a lot of old-timers will know this mission way too well, depending on how much you farmed it in the past. This used to be actually one of the better things to farm. It has 4 bosses in total, so yeah, you're guaranteed 4 pieces from that. And as you can see here, we're going, you know, not slow. I'm not struggling or stuff like that. Again, not the hardest mission, Lincoln. Really, only this following piece can kind of give a bit of an issue with the elites spawning all around. But this competes. It doesn't. It's not nothing. It of course is weak. There is no. there is no. I'm not gonna deny that. But don't also need to deny that. That's the point. That's the point of this build. It is to make something a little bit weaker, just to give yourself a challenge. Because if I'm running this mission on a tech tank, I can be pretty brain dead about it. Here, I can still be pretty brain dead, but not as brain dead. Mostly for the next wave. I especially need, yeah, those gals.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Because they even took us down, as I haven't noticed that spawn yet. I forgot which pulse I had, as I was trying to do the normal pulse. Right, let's claw this back. As you saw here as well, I went with an AR LMG combo. That is actually one of my preferred things to do back in the day as well with high-ends. You would either put a Scorpio there, but of course I'm not going to put a Scorpio here because that would be kind of... Scorpio is not made by 511. Also, you know, some of those things would be... okay, let's get down. Oh, he crawled all the way up there. As ever. As expected, this is the wave we're gonna struggle on, and let's try it again. That got messy. Wait, why did I go upstairs? Actually, I usually always go downstairs here. We're gonna redo that segment. I'm taking a mulligan there. Partially as well, those purples going that way. Most of the time, they go around the way from the for the minigun. Basically, they'll go up there, and then that lets me push up. But they didn't that time. We'll hide my crimes there. I'm going to delete that segment. Totally first time. That was take 0. This is take 1. That's how that works. Is reanimated started? Yeah. It is running right now. And I would have it on if I wasn't doing a build check case. And here we are indeed with that 511 in slot 5.11 running 511s with grading of 5.11. And I feel if any gun is going to represent 511, it's the Born Great, basically. as you know, it's not great. And yeah, as we saw from its numbers as well, giving up all of your brand bonuses, basically, because none of these are really that helpful here, doesn't work out that well. We're going to go to Lincoln, a classic, one that I know very well, and we're going to go run it with this. As we saw, it was this thing is more powerful than that purple build I was running a little bit ago, so it should be less painful than that, but still a little bit painful because this thing does not perform to the level of even a normal Obliterate Red. It doesn't even perform to the level of basically a tech tank. A tech tank does around the same amount of damage, but of course then has all of the benefits of a tech tank with a very powerful shield and things like that. Here I'm running it with Gunner as well for that Banshee Pulse. That Banshee Pulse can be really good. Solo for AR builds. Gunner makes a lot of sense. If I were to run a shield here, Technician would also make a lot of sense. As we get our first heavy, I can't see his weak point there, which is annoying, but my Banshee is back. We're gonna close the distance just to make it easier to shoot him. Oh yeah, that Banshee Pulse will come in handy a lot. It is a really good tool if you're not using it. Kind of the same as with the recon drone with Sharpshooter did earlier. If you're not using it, start using it. It is very powerful. Oftentimes, I still prefer Pulse. Knowing where enemies are is kind of handy. But here, I don't need it that much because I kind of know where the enemies are. I've done Lincoln likely more than 200 times in my existence. And here again, I'm gonna kind of use this truck to kind of split enemies up into two different fights. I'm gonna leave that guy on that end. Oh. That guy snuck up on me. It's kind of hard to see through that foam. And also, of course, the armor on kill kind of helping. I'm gonna push in, and I should be aggressive and kind of get this done. I'm gonna grab my LMG secondary. And here we, of course, have 100 rounds in it, 150 rounds in it. With it's a 100 round base and a 50 round from that. So quite often I would use this in that same way. That was actually a tactic that with high ends was very common, especially pre-Scorpio. When the Scorpio came in, the Scorpio kind of took that spot a lot. But having an LMG that you just kind of unload, just to start off the fight, kind of thin the crowd, just because you can keep firing. And then following that up with, once it's empty, not reloading it. Although, of course, that's a good times. So that one I would reload. That one has no issue being reloaded. I don't want to put my back out here, but I'm going to actually shoot over there just to let them know where I am. They've lost sight of me. I kind of want to be out here. This is awkward. This would be a good place for me to have pulse. Because 3 enemies would have come out of that door. There's one of them. Usually they go up against where the minigun is, but they didn't here for some reason. And yeah, I'm kind of... This is the wave I'm most wary of. It's 4 elite ladies solo. And they can actually give you some trouble. Because that's usually the thing still. Elites are actually more dangerous than everything else. The Dysporian there kind of hurting me. I'm going to take the full heal here. And then hopefully that grenade misses, but it's on target. I'm gonna push up to here. I'm gonna murder her first. I forgot which pulse I had again. I was just trying to do normal pulse. Because yeah, knowing where enemies are is actually very powerful. Alright, staggered her out of it. And honestly, the Born Great as a gun isn't too bad. Especially because it does have the accuracy to do, for instance, that. You kind of get that backpack off. Although one thing that I actually would do, I used to run Lincoln a lot solo as well in the past. when it was good for farming, because it was one of the better missions. It was pretty short. It had 4 names. If Lincoln had good loot back before... Countdown, Summit, all of those things existed.
Can't be all of them.
It's definitely competed back then.
Maintain the perimeter.
Nowadays, of course, not that much, and we're still good for loot. It's not bad. I would quite often run glass here. I would run demo, and demo, of course, will just make 1 grenade shot because that heavy boss there has a habit of murdering you. But then I would be able to negate 1 explosion. Also, if I were to be hit by those the rocket launcher ladies, the grenade ladies, of course, they throw grenades that also do fire, so that will still be an issue. But for instance, against this heavy and stuff, I could basically take 1 to the face and not even take damage, because it's not just that you don't get staggered or anything; it's you don't take damage at all. If you're running demo. And have the perk, of course. There's the perk that once per minute you can take a grenade. You can take an explosion without taking any damage of it. Here, of course, I kind of know the spawns. These spawns are very fixed, so
Damn it.
we're just gonna
The crew says I've turned the memorial into a
murder
base.
them as they come out.
An area beneath you with increased security.
I'm gonna get all the loot. Let's get the key
Stay on this
chest.
location.
We have a habit
Stay
of
alert.
showing all of the
Don't know what you're
loot
walking
in
into.
here and how to get it. I'm gonna assume most people will know all the loot in Lincoln. Lincoln is still a pretty common mission that comes up quite a lot. So. But if you maybe don't, you'll maybe find one of the new ones. Because I also still see a lot of people running past a lot of them. So yeah, we're gonna shoot that box, get into here, get up all of these. I grab ammo even though I don't need it. This will also reload my LMG again. And actually, in this case, just because I'm nerfing myself as well, basically by going with a Born Gate, I could of course just slap in a Fast Hands FAMAS. I could slap in Shield Splinter would still also be fine and stuff. But I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing to, you know, kind of, if we're going low with the weapon, or if we're going low with the build, let's go low with the weapon as well. Because as we showed on the numbers as well, if we put Oreo on this build, yeah, the Oreo kind of lifts it to high enough levels where it even surpasses the Glass Red with a FAMAS. And that's just because the Oreo is actually pretty insane still. it is well worth having as a weapon. I'm gonna start off. Actually, I'm gonna start off with my minigun. Because why not? We have it. Use it or lose it, they say. And I'm not gonna get refunds on those. Anyway, at the end of the mission, I don't get any bonuses by keeping them all. And while a lot of the specialization weapons aren't that great, they're there as well. It's not that great. I could have just shot them. That's better than the Born Great. Letting them kind of escape, which is not something I want to have happen here. But here we are.
Well, it's downrange.
Also, one thing with these turrets. So when this turret, when I killed the owner, I saw who put it down. Once you kill the owner, they will start shooting basically either randomly or to their old allies, basically, you know, these guys. If you have killed the owner of a turret, or yeah, just there's no need to then shoot the turrets. Unless you want the memento, for instance. That's one of the reasons I oftentimes will shoot the turret still, just to get the memento when I'm getting running a tech tank or something. Why does she loot that and keep it? But yeah, as we saw, this is a weaker red build, but that does not, you know, there's plenty of people that run worse red builds than this intentionally, or reach up to stats that is worse than this by just making poor choices, putting in way too many, you know, bad brands that really don't help them. But of course, it pales in comparison to even just putting 6 pieces of strikers would actually do this. And here again, the spawns are pretty fixed. And actually Ragers as well is kind of helping out here. If you're running Fog of War, generally run Ragers with it. Ragers isn't that hard to deal with. I mean, if this 5 alone both can deal with it, what couldn't? But also then when you kill one thing, it just exposes all the other things, especially when it is in such close proximity to each other. We'll Fusroda these guys again. And we'll do the super quick reload. That was the 3rd reload on Gunner, plus a lot of stacks on the Good Times, which makes for a very silly reload, as you saw there. I'm gonna shoot that yellow box over there. That opens this door over here.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
I feel this one is usually the only one that I see people not know still to this day, just because they haven't gone exploding on this one. And yeah, we're gonna go into the boss room. I'm gonna, you know what? Let's minigun it up. Annoyingly, you can't open doors with miniguns out. That is, as we all know, that is very much forbidden. I'm gonna shoot the elite first. One thing to know as well is enemies, especially elites. Once the shooting starts, the elites will generally kind of just start running away. I'm not gonna shoot the named, of course, with that. I did shoot off his turret. I don't want him putting down that turret. I know that took a while, but we did get him. Alright, use the weak points on him. Negative Ramos. One of the things I definitely want on this heavy is to get his backpack off as quickly as I can. No, no. And then deal with the rest. If you destroy his backpack, he can't go immune as well, which can, of course. And then we finish him off and even get an exotic for it.
The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
But yeah, pretty much a red build. It's just a weak red build. It's just for instance, if you were to make an obliterate red and not have the watch, that would be actually stronger than this. If you had like most of the stats there. Even if you were like missing a bunch of stats and your mods were like 11s and you were missing a bunch of stats, you would still be more powerful. So, this definitely is not as weak, but of course, yeah, you can do silly things as taking it into places it doesn't belong Oh,
Today,
I
we
get
took
double
great
exotic
blows
as
to
we
True Sun's
got
infrastructure.
a target from the
Confiscated
drop
a
there.
massive
But now
cache
I
of
also get
chemical
a
weapons
free busy
and
little bee.
eliminated a stronghold
That's
near the campus. You should be
if you're ever
proud.
thinking about
Saved a lot
starting
of lives
streaming, that's a
today.
reason to do it. You get streamer luck, and that can be very handy. Yeah, let's go on to the last one, which is the improvised build. Yeah, let's deconstruct that one as well. Double exotic, I'll take this. Let's go park this character and kind of... Okay, catch up with it's like we'll get backpack and stuff called tactical, so it will be... well, is there a tag? I mean, you have the... like the tactical Super 90 and stuff. Do you have a tactical AR? An AR with tactical in the name? Or like...
Agent, good to be seeing you.
Not 511 is not that bad. Like the purple build is much weaker than that 511.
Thanks for the deal.
The purple build we ran earlier in the high end. Like that's much weaker than this, just by virtue of also like not having this, you know, this is high end weapon with detox on it and stuff like that. Is this one actually what was this one called? Oh yeah, actually Tactical Mark 16. Yeah. I was kind of unsure what this one was called. I don't want to say that loud. Yeah, maybe maybe actually that would be a better weapon as well. I could free talent it as well. Actually, that's not a bad point that you made there. Okay. Because yeah, it is of course 511 tactical. So then the tactical Mark 16. And 16 is 11 plus 5. How have I never thought of this? Yes, we need to redo the old build checks. No, we'll save that for later. I might actually put that in at the end. Thanks, Amateur. That's actually... Huh. How did we never think about that? Yeah, let's go on to the next account. Let me catch up as well here. I have a build I would like. Yeah, sure, Freezy. Overall, the easiest way is maybe on Discord. If you're on the Discord, if you're on my Discord, either putting it in screenshots or just if you don't want others to see it, you can DM it to me. My DMs are open. What was I doing? Oh yeah, swapping accounts. We're going to the third account where we have. How long was that? In the end, 13 minutes as well. Okay, yeah, this one's becoming long, but that's fine. I was expecting this to be pretty long. It's already how long? It's already 1 hour 15. That actually still works out. I wanted it to be shorter than an hour and a half at most, which we can still hit. We'll do 2 control points with that, and then an outro, and then. But yeah, actually, having it be a tactical Mark 16, I feel I'm gonna totally do that. Oh, that's not the right thing. Yeah. And hey there. Wait, I'm gonna go with Suko. Oh, it's succulent. Okay. I'm trying to like parse where, or is it succulent? I'm gonna go with Suka. But yeah, hey there. I'm trying to like parse where the breaks would be, or like how to. That's not third account. That's first account. Yeah. I almost said the thing out loud, which I definitely shouldn't. Of course, the email. There we go. But yeah, we're recording some parts for a build showcase for joke builds, and that's why you'll see me go into a different spiel kind of as when I'm in that mode. It's I sound a little different. As it were. But booting up third account, hoping it doesn't break audio. Where was I at? Out of curiosity, where are you from? I heard you mention summertime, which is a European thing, when you don't sound British or English. So, I reside in the Netherlands. I'm from. I live in the Netherlands. I wasn't born here. I was born far away in Iran a long time ago. But I was brought here as a kid, so I'm basically a Dutchie. But I also don't have the accent of a Dutchie because, like, the formative years I wasn't speaking Dutch. Because I was brought here like at 9 years old or something. So my accent is a little bit of a mishmash between, and then I hung around on the internet with a lot of Americans through the years, so I picked up American mannerisms and British mannerisms, and then also Dutch mannerisms on top, and a little bit of classic Iranian stuff, and yeah, it's weird. But as Rammstein once said as well, like, that's why I make a lot of jokes that make people go, wait, you have to be American to make that joke. It's like, you know, as Rammstein was saying, we all live in America. America, so wunderbar. So I consumed a lot of American media in my teens and 20s. So,
Automated external defibrillators.
but yeah, I reside in the Netherlands, and that's also like basically. I would call myself Dutch nowadays, even though some other people would would go like, you don't look Dutch, and yeah, yeah. I guess you not a bad guess, but yeah, not the correct one. I am a little bit USy, but not. Let's take it to 5 directives again. Heroic. I don't think I've been on this account yet. Oh, that account. Reanimated is on. I'll turn that off as well. Because of course, yeah, I could have Reanimated on and make this extra easy, but that's not. It didn't reset the control points, or maybe I didn't select that. Let's just reset everything. Doesn't matter 2 times instead. And yeah, that should be the giveaway as well. Speaking really, yeah, although it depends as well. My accent, even in Dutch, isn't completely cleanly Dutch, is the thing. And a lot of Dutch people do have their certain accent in English, but also it is very much a country of you know, progressive country, so a lot of younglings spend their time just on the internet always. So I've kind of had the same. Where actually, yeah, let's go up against some cleaners just to shake things up. Because what was the? Oh yeah, we did Lincoln, so we went up against some true sets. Let's go against some cleaners. The other good faction to fight. Is there any good targeted? Actually, I want to do this one. So let's reset here. And so far, man. Oh, nice. And yeah. Hello to Sweden, indeed. Speaking English, but you understand what they're saying. Yeah. It's of course as well kind of to do with the media you consume and also who you hang out with. Nowadays as well, just it's with Discord and stuff. You know, you don't need to just be talking to people next door. It's the people could be a million miles away. Although that would be. What's the circumference of the Earth? I don't think it's a million miles. And they could very much be on the other end of the planet. Which is what kind of happened to me. I just hung around with way too many Americans and stuff, so. And also my accent is very malleable. I have a tendency to, if I work too long with people, to kind of have the same accent after a little bit. Madam?
Serious trauma
Not cool.
detected.
That was a bitch. It's blind firing like that. Yeah, let's go up to that control point and then we'll start this segment. I forgot that this has a... Does this have the right scope and everything? Yeah. And for this one, I'm gonna actually at some point as well, not use the SR1 only, because we're gonna use the... Actually, I should put O'Carroll here. What now? I triggered in combat here. Gonna try to see what's coming for me. It is from over there. Third Carol is always fun. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna have this. Let's put this, and I want to, of course, talk about Ekim's long. We have to talk about it. I'm doing sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Damn it, why did it have to be heavy and a dog? It's heavy and the dog, heavy and the dog. One has a minigun, the other is a sniper dog. What are we gonna do tonight? Heavy and the dog? We're gonna annoy headhunter builds. Same thing we do every night. Warhound. Try and annoy headhunter builds. And now that I'm a little bit warmed up, I can actually land my headshots.
Hostile control point nearby.
Let's see if that actually will still continue to be the thing here. Yeah, let's do this segment, which is the final one, and then go into a conclusion. Have it all in the bag. Yeah, let's get it cracking. Why didn't it show any stats there for a second? as we'll end up with this improvised set. As we saw from its numbers and such, it does actually have a decent amount of weapon damage. Of course, not as high as you would want it to be, because yeah, we have no brands adding to it. Where we could have Headshot or Heraldi or Habsburg or such things feeding into here. We have none of those. Instead, we have a lot of Headshot. But we don't have a lot of Headshot because this is basically the same Headshot as a Hotshot build, where we have a total of, well, a little bit over it with 327, where usually that one ends up around, depends on what scope and what weapon. And for instance, here I am using, because it would land on the same 311, or well, it would land on the same number, but here I'm using the O'Carroll, which of course is a white death in the skies, except of course it doesn't have a talent at all, except, well, it has a talent, but it's a joke talent, which fits in pretty well, I feel. It is still available as well, so you can still get the O'Carroll. For those that have never used it, whenever you headshot, you get some, as it calls it here, twinkling lights. You'll get basically an fireworks going off. I'm pairing that here as we're gonna try to not use Determined, because of course Determined, for as we saw with the purple one as well, kind of makes it too easy, which is counter kind of to what the intent of these builds is to make things harder. So let's make use of that. And for that, we're using, of course, Ekim's long shtick. That's how you're supposed to say it. It is Ekim's long shtick. As I see some people already coming my way, so let's get this party going. We're going up against Cleaners. Now, normally Cleaners are one of the factions that are pretty easy to deal with when it comes to them, especially with Determined, because you can even shoot the shield guys up on their shields. But they are still, especially in the control points, still pretty easy, because on the offensive, there is no shield guys when you're attacking. Only on the defense will we have to deal with shield guys, and we'll just deal with them. It's not too hard. I've used up actually a lot of ammo coming into here already, but that's fine. I'm gonna kind of take, actually no. Let's play it safer. I'm gonna just go actually sniping, because also I don't have Determined, so we can't snapshot and stuff. I'll just let him come to me. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I'm first gonna put my drone out and put it actually here, right next to me. We might let it go up. So one of the things with the drone is you'll see all of those red lines coming off of it. That is all of the enemies. Even if it's not per se spotting them, it will actually put a red line only for the owner. So now I'm actually going to send it in. That way I know there's nothing like right behind me, because this is New York. And yeah, we're going to start shooting, of course. And I'm going to basically need 2 shots on a purple even to get this going. I have a grade 26 SR1 with Determined, of course, that I could be using, but of course we're not. We're actually gonna swap over to the Ekim's long shtick. And one of the downsides, though, of Cleaners is they have 2 sets of tools to deal with people in cover, both their mortar and their little drones like that are pretty annoying for us. But we'll just have to murder their owners. As we try to blink away at them. And one of the things is, of course, if you're running Headhunter builds without actually the Determined, it is actually pretty good for learning to be better at aiming. It is one of the easier ways to improve your aim. I thought I had his head, but that was not his head. Now we have a few reds, so we can actually use that to start with. Although, of course, with this, while I can't start on a elite, I can start on a purple, but I need vigilance up for that. As most of these builds generally do anyway. Don't want to hit her arm, I definitely want to hit her head there. It's kind of hard to make out exactly where sometimes people are, but our drone is helping us out. This is, of course, a lot slower if you're used to determining. Well, you kind of saw how that goes with even that purple build. Alright. Here, though, we're doing it with that. And Eggins is a really good pick. That Ranger is really strong. But actually, yeah, let's swap to the O'Carroll. Now that we have a few reds to get started off. Even though I really can't see where that red is. And yeah, they got drones up and stuff as well now, which is annoying. But yeah. Somebody yelled something at me there. And here's the reason I have this.
It's critical.
I'm just gonna body shot that guy. As we run away very bravely. And yeah, we make a little bit of a mess. But yeah, we'll make a fest of his face. Because by the time the
Immediate medical assistance needed.
one of this, like, we put out the drone, of course, pretty early. I'm making a mess out of this, but that's not
Agent
uncommon.
deceased.
Yeah, let's
Hostile control point identified.
it's between you and me, guys. I actually forgot that I was gonna do this, so let's not go against these guys. I'm much rather go up against Rikers and stuff if I'm not doing the tournament. Well, actually, let's go up against Black Tusk. Let's go do some Black Tusk activities. Because also I might try to do activities, actually, if I'm not going to use the tournament. Which is not... Yeah, I'm not using the tournament here. So we'll be over there. Because yeah, when you're using shield, or when you're using the tournament, the shield guys are really easy. When you're not, they're not. Also, we did a control point already, and then actually I'll do this, and then I'll go do a control point with it just to show how easy it is still with for control points. That's this segment. Yeah, that can go. Let's go up against this elite convoy. That's some allies in.
Hostile control point detected.
I got you. You can take the true sons.
Really? That's still the faster way to kill him. For me there. Have the right scope? Yeah, I do have the As a names group, I thought, hey, goddamn it. It's getting messy already. Maybe we just go up against Outcast. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's go up against these guys. I'll show like the spot I like.
Do not leave the camp. You haven't had firearms training yet. We can provide an escort, but do not go out alone.
Live Theater Company. Just really didn't want to go around that thing. It's magnetized there. These guys aren't going to go get into combat, right? Yeah, let's try that again and against some easier teams. And here we are with the 6-piece improvised. As we saw from the spreadsheet and such, it is just a weaker Headhunter, but it's not super weak. We can still start on a purple with an SR1, which we don't have here. I have the O'Carroll here, which is a much weaker weapon. But of course, it is basically a white death, but then without any talent. Or, well, it has a talent, but it's a joke talent. So it fits in pretty well. These twinkling lights on headshots will get some basically fireworks explosions going off. Together with that, of course, the weapon to pair it here with, also just for its pronunciation, is the Ekim's long shtick. That's how you're supposed to say it. If you're saying it otherwise, you're saying it wrong. So yeah, get to it. It is the Ekim's long shtick. And yeah, that is actually perfect ranger. This is actually a good weapon, especially if you're not using determined. Here I have an SR1 grade 26 with determined that I could be using, but let's not, for just the engagement, for the assault here only, because actually not using determined is a good way to improve your aim, to become better at the game. Determined is really powerful, but it's also, as we all know, kind of cheesy, kind of easy. Cheesy easy. I'm gonna try to single out the purple here, who's just perfectly behind the elite there. And actually, without the SR1, I can't actually one-shot the purple, which I was curious about. I haven't actually used the oh, we can't actually, as a second shot, even deal with an elite. That is impressive. Because this is weaker, also you're kind of stuck with the other scope. You can't put the sharpshooter scope on this, so that's actually also a little bit weaker. I'm hoping that's not going to be on target. I'm actually going to swap to the Ekims and actually get a stack in. We do have an elite that is damaged. And that means that I need to kind of then focus him as my second one. Because, of course, as with all headhunters, once it gets going, it does get going. And from here, we're going against Outcast again, of course. These guys do not have, outside of their heavies, they don't have helmets, they don't have shields, they don't have things that kind of mess with shooting them in the face. Their faces are just out there. They're the classic anti-maskers. They will never put anything in front of their face, even though it would help them quite a bit. As we try to actually headshot instead of just body shotting, of course. Yeah. As a build, as a setup, this is more than powerful enough. The thing is, of course, Headhunter by itself is already very, very, very powerful. So it shouldn't be a surprise that even if we make a shitty Headhunter, it'll still work. Because through the years, I've seen plenty of shitty Headhunters come by. People quite often send me DMs of like, hey, what do you think of this guy's build? They'll either link to a video or a screenshot or something. Sometimes it is actually interesting as some people, you know, try weird things out. But the thing is, there is a reason why, you know, when people go like, you have to think outside of the box. For that, you kind of need to know why the box exists before you can even attempt such a thing. And a lot of players and YouTube creators that do such things, they don't know why the box exists. They don't know what the box is and why the choices that have been made for the box are the way that they are. You kind of need to know those things before you can actually think outside of the box, because otherwise you don't even know what the box is. And quite often thinking outside of the box is just parlance for I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And a lot of people actually hit that as well. So yeah, we got there, but that wasn't that fast. Now, of course, if we take the same build and we put this SR1 on it, grade 26, yeah, it just becomes another Headhunter, honestly. We're, of course, missing the reload thing of a Hotshot. We're missing the healing of Hotshot. We're missing the damage buff of Hotshot, or just brand bonuses in general. It is still worse, but it is still enough. Now, of course, I can't start on an Elite, but neither can normally a Hotshot. At least not a non-rusher. I'm just gonna take some distance from this rusher. I'm just gonna wait for him to get down here and make his way over. And yeah, the wiggle on these guys is immense. I'm gonna quick heal there. So actually one of the things, a lot of people are like, the quick heal that they added is useless. It's very much not. There I would have gone down if I did not have the quick heal. But of course, these guys coming up on me. And yeah, actually we are on 5 directives, so... But we can respawn real quickly here and then fast travel back. One of the things you have to also kind of understand is generally, you shouldn't be afraid of dying. I'm here talking, of course, but we can get back into the fight real quick. And we didn't lose much in the form of progress because we're still in the first wave. So that's not too bad. But yeah, I messed up. I messed up pretty badly there. But sometimes you do. I'm gonna keep that in as well, just to, you know, show that's okay to mess up. Nobody really cares. Let's actually do this differently here. I'm gonna grab up my TAC 50, because the TAC 50 can actually one-shot headshot anything. Now, of course, though, I need to follow that up with an actual headshot to get my determined here going, and then we'll from there. And now we're basically more than enough to just sit here and just do this, do that. That's actually a rusher. And then that was a helmet. I did not realize that fast. But yeah, we'll get a headshot in. Luckily, my allies were there to absorb the blow there. And the drone here is just marking all of the enemies. Even the ones that it isn't spotting, I can still see that they're coming from over there. That's really the power of the drone. That's why you should definitely have it. Of course, here we are on 5 directives. This is not. And I always despise these ladies. There we go. We'll just send one in that way. I should have enough in this shot. I'm kind of hoping they come around the corner here. I'm gonna actually send my drone that way. It's weird to me that they're not coming up. I'm kind of waiting for them to come up. The answer to that is that they're getting special ammo. Oh, okay. And yeah, we do have foam. Let's make use of that. I lost where the name went. We had that shot saved up from the D50, so I had enough there to just do that, of course. One thing I still try to do is, even if I have determined, is try to just get headshots in, just to keep my aim kind of going. Anyway, well, we made that messy, more messy than it needed to be. We did get through it pretty easily, of course. Especially once we pulled out the determined, because the determined is just gonna...
Detected. Nearby location.
Headhunter is the original overpowered thing, and determined on top of it is 2 OP things on top of each other. Let's grab all of our loot here, and let's maybe actually go do one more control point here then, with just full sending it with our with our determined SR1. And so we'll cut that there. That down was needless, but fuck it. We'll keep it in. No, let's just take one. Let's get our leads cleared up.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I feel taxi. We'll go after taxi graveyard. Or not taxi graveyard. The World's End. No, not the World's End. What's this thing called? Riverside. The World's End was the one that we were at. That's what I was thinking that, so. Because yeah, we took the scope off, and I just want to just briefly talk about the non-scoped version as well. The snitch.
Got some new contracts, Agent. Nothing big.
Names group. Didn't have enough for that purple without the scope? That's surprising, actually.
See them. Damn, these plates are wasted.
Yeah, let's do another segment. As we come up to Riverside gas station here. I'm at the spot which I really like. We've changed one thing. I've taken off the big scope off the weapon, and we're now just sitting around with this tiny scope, which will not zoom in, of course. If you're using a scope that isn't 8 timers or above, you're not forced to zoom in. And what we're going to do here is, open up on here and not use a scope, because one of the things that, there are 2 tricks that I kind of want to talk about. One is not using a scope. I oftentimes do because I feel Headhunter without it, or Determined without it, is kind of cheesy. There, I'm opening up with attack 50, again, that has more than enough killing power for an elite, letting me use that to bank a shot, basically. Then swapping over to this, because actually without the scope, as I figured out coming up to here, I couldn't actually kill a purple in one shot. So the scope is just over the threshold, basically, of that. So I needed to do that, but also the purple here usually is all the way inside, so not a bad idea. And yeah, taking off the scope makes it actually a lot easier. I was kind of remiss on not putting that into the hotshot one, but I actually prefer very much to not do it this way. Here, whenever the reticule goes red, you just take the shot. You just click the button if it goes red. The other one is if you want to improve your sniping play. I have 2 DPIs basically set up on my mouse. One being the double of the other. I wouldn't actually know how much it is. I think it is like either 400 and 800, or it's 800 and 1600. But that is, of course, in combination with your sensitivity. But here I'm just basically using that to lower my sensitivity. So when I swap over to this one, I'm much more precise. You need to kind of get used to it, of course. But once you kind of do, it is well worth it. Also, just trying it out, just lowering your sensitivity either in game or through your mouse DPI setting, basically. That will actually improve, at least for me. It's very noticeable when I do that, and when I remember to do that whenever I'm sniping, especially if doing it with a scope. It improves my aim by quite a lot, just because, yeah, you have more movement to basically make to get the same degree out. That means that you can actually be much more accurate. Here, though, without a scope, it's actually somewhat of a hindrance, just sometimes because you need to move around a lot. But those rushers, while I had Determined up, they have a lot less health than even a purple, so I was guaranteed to get them. And of course, once this gets going, this is just another Determined Headhunter build. It's just not the hotshot one. But that's also the thing. Like, this isn't the hotshot one, so you can kind of be cool and just, as a joke build, just run this. And it also kind of shows that it really doesn't matter what your... I mean, it does matter a little bit, because, for instance, at this point, I can't one-shot purple, so there is that. But it doesn't really matter what your hotshot build is, or your Headhunter build is. You can even go all 6 pieces improvised and still get by. This named as being a hassle. I'm actually gonna go back to the higher DPI if I'm not with the scope. But we had enough in that shot save banked up to take them down, and yeah, that is, of course, for those that haven't seen it, yeah, that's fast, like not even as fast as a Headhunter build can go through a control point, especially, for instance, now that Reanimated is available, because it goes even faster than that with that. But this isn't anything special in that case. It is actually only special by not being that special. It's giving up basically a lot of things you could have by just even having a palisade piece in here, for maybe even just having some armor on kill, because especially on the glove, knee pad, and holster, it is that we basically have this 10 headshot as the replacement for the brand bonus. On the mask, chest, and backpack, we don't get an extra mod slot or anything. It's just a loss. So yeah, we'll leave this guys here. We'll leave this build here as well. Let's go on to our conclusion, where we'll kind of go over everything a little bit again. There we go. Let's go get our loot upstairs. Let me get you as well here. How should build? Yeah, understandable as well. Oh, I didn't even capture this. I didn't. That's how little I paid attention. But yeah, also we kind of ended that segment there. Let's just go. I'll be fine with that. There, like, one guy isn't the difference maker now. And I need hotshots for control points. But this is the thing with this. This is kind of showing that. Well, hotshot is of course better just for the benefits of that. Yeah, let's go one last time over this as we conclude our video. Yeah. And to conclude this very long build showcase, although of course we went over 4 builds basically, this was closer to a masterclass than it was to a build showcase. Yeah, it is actually quite enjoyable to have at least a joke build basically made, and as we said at the start as well, they have to be good jokes. I feel they have to be cohesive. They have to kind of work just like actual jokes. It's not just a random mess, but it is trying to make something cohesive. I like this, for instance, with the 6-piece improvised. But then as well, if we inspect myself and go over here. For instance, with the purple builds, this is kind of the better layout. I have actually thought about, what brands, in this case, because with the improvised, we have no brands, but here with the purple, we have brand choices. And then it becomes like, okay, trying to still make the best min-maxing, basically, but then with lesser sources, basically, getting the most out of a purple build that we can. And that can be by itself quite enjoyable, just the theory crafting of it. Although it is pretty self-evident, of course, 3-piece Providence, Cheska Grupo, and then something else, in this case, Fenris for the main weapon. But yeah, you can actually find a lot of enjoyment, I do at least, in trying to come up with these and then trying to, of course, get them. In the case of the improvised, as we had here, this is just crafting, of course, which kind of makes it the least one out of those. But you can still run this, and if you run it in group settings and stuff, if people inspect you, they will get a hearty chuckle. But if we actually inspect I_Kian, if you didn't know, you can type in /inspect even yourself, and you can bring up yourself here, which can be handy to actually see what your playtimes are. With the 511, for instance, this is mostly about the farming, because of course I'm just going for crit chance for damage pieces. But it can be a lot of fun going around and trying to get the 511 pieces. And actually, as somebody brought up as well, I need to make one change, and that will come in the future, for instance, as well. I need to go find myself a Mark 16 tactical, because of course this is 511 tactical, so a tactical Mark 16 will line up, and even more so, of course, 16, the Mark 16, the 16 of it, that is 11 plus 5. How have I not seen that before? But yeah, we're definitely going to put a Mark 16 in here, and it'll be a tactical one, and it'll be tactical. But all of these as well, if people see them or inspect them, or for instance, for my case, it is also in the build collections. When they see them there, they go like, what? and then usually as well they go, oh, okay. And then they have a little bit of a chuckle. I've especially ran the purple and this 511 quite a bit in just random matchmaking. I'm usually not a dick about it. If the team is very weak, I will swap onto something better. If it's a powerful enough team, I kind of try to keep up. I usually don't win. Sometimes I do. Sometimes the builds are that bad that I win. But usually I try to just keep up. And if somebody inspects me, I have gotten many thing of like, hey, what are you running? Why are you running that? Hey, that's cool and stuff like that. And that's the point. That is the point. These aren't builds to be made to be meta. These aren't builds made to be min-maxed. Even though, for instance, with the purple ones, you can try to theory craft them and try to get the most out of them. Same here, for instance, with this. Although obliterate vigilance kind of like, we kind of know how to do that, right? Like, we're not gonna try to go for versatile plus gunslinger or something here and then try to get a shotgun going and stuff. These are set paths. But we're still trying to, get them. And for instance, here, I'm still grinding. I've been grinding for quite a while for a 511 chest to have this one be all red, to make it all fitting. And that gives me something to do. That is kind of the point of these as well. So yeah, I hope I kind of have convinced you to try to make one in any of the categories, either the purple builds, the brand builds, or the improvised builds. As it can be quite enjoyable to just get them together, try to get them going, and then of course show them off and make people chuckle here and there. So yeah, that was this very long build showcase on joke builds. It took a little bit while to get it going, as I also wanted to get some pieces kind of upgraded, which actually I didn't in the end, as I was still looking for some of the final pieces. But we'll leave that there. For my future videos, we're going to go back into the improving yourself, where we try to go about improving ourselves. And in the second part, we're going to go over self-analysis, how to analyze yourself in a literal sense with what tools and stuff, and also kind of how to think about that even. And of course, follow that up with the third part of it, where we go into group play. Although sprinkled in between that, I'll have some other rambling talks and such. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. If you enjoyed this video, please help out by doing any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do the shilling here. I hope you join me for those future videos. And as always, have a good night. There we go. And yeah, that was for those on the stream. That wasn't the good night for the stream. That was for that video. As I forgot which one was zoom in and which one was zoom out, as we crash zoomed in instead of crash zoomed out. Yeah, let's pop these caches. Let's actually go back to this as well, where we have chat up as well. Just gonna check if I missed anything. Not really right now.
Backpacks to boot. You want it? I've got it. Nice doing business with you.
Actually, yeah, let's quickly check. I want to quickly check what the alternate targets are. Because I do have a character here that can go to the alternate targets. Yeah, let's actually remove those pinned comments, because we're done recording. And there we go. Let's go to this character, which has the alternate targeted.
Entering safe area.
Those are gear mods there. But yeah, nothing too great. No. So hoping for good combo here, but we don't have that. Then yeah, let's go back to main account. Yeah, let's go back to main account. I was kind of thinking there, what do I want to run? Oh yeah, let's go back to main account. Actually, let's see, what's the combined time of all of that? That is... Okay. Open them all. 1 hour 46 minutes. Okay. You know, we didn't do a build showcase for a month, so it is it is kind of for both of them. Yeah, so I'm logging into main accounts. That's not. It's already kind of late. I was thinking of maybe doing a weekly. But maybe we'll just go and grind a little bit. Maybe I should maybe run that Headhunter a little bit. Yeah, let's run this Fury Headhunter. Just roam around a little. Let's actually see. Blue we can make them. As in the background, the game's loading back up. I know one thing I definitely haven't had, and we used to have that a lot, of the game not loading. When you try to load it, it would just, you know, sometimes not load. I haven't had that in like weeks, like not even once. So I'm hoping they have kind of just fixed that. That would be nice. Check down some liquids. Yeah, let's grab her. Let's also put this purple build back into the stash. Then let's go run around with some
Area detected.
reanimated.
Over here, Agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
Actually, I should check. Greed is also tomorrow still, right? I should just do it like this. We're just gonna do a non-exotic item and then just send the piece back in. Because let's run Headhunter. This one, although actually we'll run it with headshot. Actually, no, let's run it with the backpack. Oh no, let's run oh, this would be better with the Dutch, with the DNH chest, but I don't think it is needed. I'll run it with a determined D50. Let's go and turn on reanimated.
Oops. Sorry about that.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
She doesn't have a M700, really? Or did that accidentally go into the stash at some point? No, it looks like she just didn't. Although we have a spare one in there, so we could always use that for her. Yeah, let's go and murder some people. Let's start there. There's also I should grab. Because I definitely don't need that shield. Just take a bulwark. There's gonna be a names group there, but yeah. But again, then just run around with this. Yeah. Well, I'm not a fan of any of the pistols, honestly. I much prefer a rifle. That's also usually why you don't see me running D50 determines much. Just because, well, it's more the D50. Like, I like Regulus. Regulus, I like. But the D50, especially its bounce around on follow-up shots, is not my jam. As for this, I do love the Headhunter, the Headhunter tech tanks quite a bit.
Watch those new guns.
So that's where you take no break.
Also, I think it's gonna be a lot because of just how much it gets ran. Should have paid attention what the first shot was.
AEDs detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
You lost someone.
He dies.
A hostile control point detected.
Pop them heads before they get back up. As well, I need to charge up the meta. But I feel likely as well with this, I could be like mostly red or mostly blue core and then still get back. As that's kind of the thing, of course, with reanimate. As we were running earlier, I was running a full red hotshot. Or a full blue headshot. All blue cores and then just head shots underneath it. 2B's Habsburg, and that thing didn't even really struggle. Could have replaced my hive with something else.
I can shoot and fire.
Anyone got barrel?
6.5. Okay, it's enough for purple, even with this. I don't even have a graded weapon. That's just fine. So it would be enough for purple.
Incoming hostiles
As that
detected.
hostage just runs through the enemies.
Hostage health is critical.
Well, they'll survive that. So fireworks in the distance. That's weird.
Thank you so much for saving
Was-
me. Lost all hope.
Maybe that was just some murder being happening. Yeah, no, that's fireworks. It's pretty loud. for us. But it doesn't have the crackle of rounds being fired. And either Avex and almost done with the expertise grade. Nice. Yeah, that one is a grind always, and it always feels good to reach the end of it.
Has to be a weak spot.
But also, yeah, the hardest parts are at the end of it. So, but once you're done with it, it's just maintenance. It's one of those grinds that, you know, once you have it done, every new season, just a few new items come out, which, you know, you'll run a few and then do the rest with just resources and just.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll keep watch.
One of the nice things about Headlander is especially that mark.
Them back.
Let them get there. Find cover.
Here they are.
Fucking hell!
What? Oh, there's more?
Come for us, and you'll die.
There is more. Well, let's go to talk to the hostage.
Somebody must have been watching over us.
Let's regroup.
Yes, me. I was watching over you. Oh yeah, this just does its work. As expected. Although honestly, I would pick the Headhunter Tech Tank over this. Or running. Just because I don't like the D50. It's also, the thing is, the like I like a Regulus much better.
Location guarded by hostiles.
Why is this Regulus not optimized? What? I mean, I usually when I run the Regulus, I'll go and grab one from the stash. Thing is, the Regulus has that dot in the middle, which just helps so much.
I'm out of ammo.
Also, the Regulus is actually not as bad of a recoil as the D50. Right, 8.7. That's nice.
You shouldn't be here.
Let's do it. Right by your side.
Did she just tell me I shouldn't be here? I'm gonna take that personally. Elite convoy. Oh, that's a territory control. I don't need to.
This
Yep.
is our revenge.
Wasn't the headshot apparently? So,
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
but
Not doing so well here.
oh, this is elite patrol.
Hostile control point nearby.
Well, one of the things here as well is that I could likely do this with like a maybe not the card. Actually, what is some of the better? I can let me take you guys with me. So I'm going to the burst and sustain tables. I'm going to pistol. D50 is of course. Then D0 says 856, 586. And then it's actually the card. Okay. So the card is the highest magazine fed one. Huh. But yeah. Oh, yeah, you could likely just run that. You would need to like 2 or 3 shot ahead. Or you could likely still start on a red. Or else at that point I just rather have the high-end technique. Or the headhunter technique. Let's go get this territory over here.
Target is nearby.
It's actually easier then since it's only 90 for the next one. Oh, you're just, if you're doing it with watch alting. The thing is more just in the early parts, you can just level up a lot of things. Just, you know, getting up to 16 is actually pretty, like, I was up to 14 on my third account in like a few days. Because that's more what I mean. Like at the start, you have a lot of items that you can very easily get done.
That asshole's got armor.
Actually, that's not the truck one here. Sir. What a deek.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Do this. You need support? Fuck. Shield.
That's all those shots.
Access key detected.
This armor.
So, this armor what? Sorry, you didn't finish your sentence as you were dead. Could use some food on this character. Well, I feel as well the actual play here would be
Hostile
to
control point identified.
run some palisade in there and stuff, because now you can just give up some damage without, you know, really hindering yourself. And then it becomes a thing of like, what are the better choices when it comes to that? And yeah, palisade could be a choice. A few blue cores could be a choice. There are. If I noticed that you have a skill there swapped. What do you mean? On the build picture or something? I'll look at him in a second.
Armor's a piece.
Hey, chill out. Yeah, no, thank you. I got the ones I want from there. What was Hive on Hive's shield? I'll go have a look at the build pictures for them in a second. Oh, did I put the stats on under the wrong thing? Is that what you mean? That could very well be. The ninja one you said, right? 508. You're right. But that is a weird one. Why? Because I always have Hive left and shield right. Is that also in the other one? 2 point something. 214. No, huh? I assume maybe I copied it or something. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Oh yeah, a minor one, but still, better fixed than let me catch up as well. I like my French. Yeah. 29 minutes of friendly head in there. Oh yeah, you can get really high. I wonder actually what the cap here is going to be. Let's actually try to get to a cap. But also for that, I would need to actually be in range for all of my shots. 3 shots in a row. Let's forget that. Also, I don't actually even have the...
Assistance needed.
Because I have one in my stash, but I could go get the D50
Hostile
DNH,
control point nearby.
which also starts with a D. But the DNH
Find some grenades.
chest, that's actually the optimal way to set up here. By quite a bit as well, actually. I'm already at 67. Where's this guy? That one was out of range.
You're gonna need another med pack.
We're gonna need another face.
Hostiles detected.
Yeah, let's have 3 in range, then we can.
Access key detected.
Kill the system. Shit. This is so fucked up.
What the hell now?
Eh.
Out here.
What? What?
So that's where you go.
51. But then, yeah, with a crit 65, then that's likely what that was. But yeah, I can reach silly numbers with this. But also the thing is, you don't need silly numbers, so yeah, it's not a horrendous idea to bank much more into the tanking and just help your survivability by a lot. Because actually that 6-piece hotshot, or hotshot with the 6 pieces having blue cores that I actually have on the for the hardcore character now, that I feel is like the best one out of everything. If we're being really honest. How many blues were with a 4-man scan? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I mean, it's going to be different per build.
We've all lost people we love. We've all endured suffering. But only the outcasts understand what it means to feel deserted.
You! Check on that!
Get that. Good killing. One thing you can do is actually just make the build on the... I don't know if you know that one.
There will be no forgiveness until every last
Basically Scooby's build spreadsheet thingy. It's all spit out the headhunter numbers for you. And then you just cross-reference that with the alt
We've all endured suffering.
for enemies.
Only the outcasts understand what it means to feel deserted.
Alt armor for enemies. That's that thing. You guys are gonna respawn.
Access
That's
key detected.
The true sons think we are deranged.
The thing is, I don't think that we're gonna get 4 people together now.
Mental override.
If I'm around for 4 people, I'll be sure
Progress
to
resumed.
give it a try. Lastly, you can just make the build and just
Hostile control point identified.
so if this is hitting for
Not die.
sure you should see I could maybe
Manual override required.
because a lot of these pieces should be blue coreable. No, only one is. Because I can even just test it in solo and just whatever numbers you get on that first shot, you just reference it like to the 4-man one or to the 4-man numbers. So if you go park this, I want to go back to the Headhunter Tech Tank Just mess about with that a little bit. 'Cause this thing is doing kind of as expected. I'm really weirded out that Regulus is not optimized. Like, I likely re-rolled it, didn't have resources at the time. But how did I miss that for that long? But comes the question.
Is appreciated.
Oh yeah, did get up early today, although I did get to have a nap afterwards. But it's kind of feeling it now.
Good to see you.
Also streamed a healthy amount today. I might hang on to that L86.
Good trading.
Even though it's just way too expensive, honestly, man. That's 3 plus 2. Well, we'll dump it in there. That's future IKEA's problem. Yeah, let's leave this like this. You know what? Let's mess about with this. Kind of want to see the third drone hybrid with Headhunter, because that one likely can start on a elite here as well.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles. Safe area entered.
Where is? For that shield to come off. Hold on. Hey, we have some hardcorees. That's normal level, right? Yeah, that's normal level. Let's take both of those off then. Does this have any way to recoup ammo? No, right? No, not really. Well, actually, now let's keep it 5 reactors, because we can deal with cool skills as well. Like, we just put the turret out and then put the drone out later, and ammo will be fine. We'll just deal with it. I'm using pressure.
Here to check something out?
The thing is as well, you can just, make it and just try it out. That's usually actually how I test stuff out. Let's actually go over here. Wait, let me... This should be short enough, that fence. Because there's this spreadsheet thingy. Because you can just make the build, see what number you hit, and then just this. Just you go here and just... Because here you have all the scalings. I'll put it in both. So we just look at 4-man scaling, and then usually like purples and stuff. You would have for heroic 10 million on purples, 16 million for elites, and stuff like that. Because then like your numbers don't change. It's just the enemies' numbers change basically. Their health and armor values scale up. So you could see what you're hitting for, and then just I don't have the nemesis, of course. But then all my nemesis is on one character just because I'm also attempting to get Adrestia here and there. Not really making a hard effort for it, but you know, trying a little. Let's grab these flame rounds anyway. You know what? Let's help with this heavy. I broke his chest. I might as well help with the chest. Well, actually, I might as well just leave this, guys. They got it. They got it. Let's push up here.
That minigun will help us. Fire in the hole.
Experimental AEDs in proximity.
I was gonna say it's on the road, so I didn't catch what that number was. What?
Serious trauma detected.
That was a patrol there. Normally on assault you don't have any rushers that are. There was a patrol. I even forgot about it. I saw the patrol. And I just forgot about it. Because I was looking next to me and suddenly I saw purple and then I saw an explosion. And then I saw my face with my own eyes because it was in 1,000 pieces. Let's try that again. Now let's see what this beginner number is. 12 million. I can start on that. This might also not be a bad idea. You have a turret and a drone and then still have enough killing power. And I even have a mentor that's going to be charged up in a second. Helping even more so. It's actually... Oh, hello. Friendly giant behind me.
Reinforcements en route.
Okay, I need to this. Yeah. Well, that's for elite. Like if you need to start elite, because there is usually purples and stuff. Unless you're doing very specific things. Although, I mean, like this build is even hitting, even without vigilance, hitting 12 million, so it shouldn't be hard. Should just get a stack. I didn't even get my drone out of there. Actually, I should do now. As we get all the things and stuffs. As we get up here. Yeah, don't burn out the blight, especially not if I'm the blight.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
My dirt and my drone out. And I have the high ground. Whatever will they do? Rushers don't respawn or reanimate. So, what was the purple number? Yeah, so basically 10.54 for purple. Start on a purple. But likely you can, yeah, you can likely reach that 16 pretty easily still. Although maybe, yeah, not with a D50 build. I messed that up severely. But I'm gonna be saved by the quick heal. Feel for as many people that kind of still poo-poo that. Like, it's completely useless. No, it's not. You just have to learn how to use it. Because there, yeah, if I didn't have it, I would have been dead. Or at least down. It's a jump scare and a half. Why did we have that many? I mean, that's just the are those guys aggroed? They are now.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Does it actually damage my turret on my drone?
Let's get them.
Moving in.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Detected hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
Oh, you guys gonna have shot rounds. Go with him. Oh, rogues as well. Let's go get some ammo. Although the
Rogue agent detected.
one of the things is these rogues actually
Hostile assault turret detected.
don't get.
Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile defender drone detected.
Where are you going?
They don't get the reanimated extra
Grenade! Finally, it's out.
damage.
Agents.
Heavily armed. Hostile
I miss my
supply
nemesis
convoy
now
nearby.
a lot. 'Cause, yeah, that's why that shot is only doing 4 million, because yeah, they don't have the reanimated effect basically.
Get away.
Kind of want to finish this one off, but which is just odd. But yeah, I can still stack. Let's put 3 stack. And then put it on them. But yeah, that was only 18 million, where yeah, if it was on like enemies that you have reanimated active, basically that'll be like 60 or something.
Moving to their side.
Use those two.
Rogue agent eliminated.
We did it.
Because actually works out that you have
Access unlocked.
extra enemies to shoot at. Oh, I'm bugged. I'm armor bugged. The only bad thing is that the hostages sound completely side design. Yeah, you have to not, so let them get away first, and then
Detected hostile supply
if they
convoy.
get hit by the
Heavily
cloud, they
armed.
basically freeze up. It breaks their AI basically. So instead, just yeah, do the thing I was doing. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but just you shoot at them, just aggro it without actually killing anything. Just shoot towards them, and then
That's good news.
and then go from there. Also, yeah, we're getting rain here now. I'm gonna swap Ashley again. With this rain and stuff, turret and drone are not gonna do anything, so might as well not have this one. First, let's go get all our loot. So now we catch up. Fully charged memento be better than attack vigilance. It's not the same percentages. So the 30% of a memento is in weapon damage, which is a pool that all weapon damage and specific weapon damage goes into. So it's pretty diminished. So that 30% of that is going to be you're likely going to have more than 150. So it's going to be already at like 4% per 10%. A little bit more, 4 point like something percent per 10%. So you're getting less than 15% increase from that. Vigilance is total weapon damage, and total weapon damage on a headhunter build, if you're running headhunter on the chest, of course, it's a pool that is just that. So vigilance by itself is 25% in that case. Anyway, enjoy your rest, Bombing. Well, actually, it's likely already departed, but I was kind of into that fight there. But yeah, that's one of those things why we care a lot about talents, because when something is a different pool, a different multiplier. Okay, how much is that even? So if you're adding 280 divided by 250, it's 12%. And that's if you're at 150, which a hot shots or something or would be way over. Actually, the likely one you're referring to in the was that with 130, right? Although, well, depends kind of how blue the cores are, because that also will change as the chest or as the gear becomes. Why do I keep that from? As the gear becomes more blue core, you're getting more out of the memento, but you're basically never going to get more than 25% out of that memento. Just because the weapon will have 15%, your specialization will have 15%, your watch will have 10%, so you're at the very least you're at 40. And even then, so 170 divided by 140, at its best, it's 21%. Like that's what that 31%. And then on this, if you have vigilance, is more. Well, for instance, here I'm using a turret and drone, so they benefit from the memento on that build. So then a memento makes sense, but not just for. But then the thing is as well, with memento you're having 3% regen, stuff like that. You know, you have a blue and a yellow core. So there are other benefits, but yeah, it's never going to win on that.
Automated external defibrillators detected.
Well, actually, yeah, for this, so one of the things I was running earlier was basically, well, the Habsburg version of the hotshot, but then with all blue cores, and that just worked perfectly fine for this. You could even start on elite; everything worked out fine. I'm gonna run the, but let's grab the grade 25, 1886. Why is somebody ringing a bell in my ear? Actually, let's reset the control points. Like it will roam a little bit for with this character, with this build for a little bit, and then that'll be it for me. Like that's fine. As my personal preference much goes to rifles. Or well, specifically this rifle setup as well. Actually, does this guy need food still? No, we've already gotten that.
Hostile control point nearby.
Mostly just because I like rifles better than the D50. Eight seven.
Experimental AEDs detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Because of this thing. It's pretty good. And mostly as well, like the biggest issue that this build had is you had to start on a red kind of. That's kind of taken away now. I can start on a purple. So goes pretty well. Do I claim that as my favorite? Because it's definitely it's one of my preferred ones, but kind of depends on the build and the global event. Because Navy Hill is also pretty good. Demolition Site is also pretty good. Oh god.
There you are.
Can't deal with this shit.
I was actually hoping I didn't have determined there, but I did. Should you go away? Oh, of course it's not only. I was already damaged.
Detected.
Hostile civilian targeted.
I'm dealing with.
Once that guy dies, I'll get my determined back. My name's Rip, most likely. It's not going to be anything really else in this corridor.
Civilians in danger.
Yeah. Be busy with that for a while. Where did he go?
Let's get this done.
There. Did the flinch after. His helmet broke and then he was like, oh wait, I have to do flinch. That's fun. Yeah, let's go. Talk to our hostage. Actually, let me close a few of these tabs as I have way too much open. Actually, I need all those tabs still open for adding them to the description later.
Hey, where's the rest of
Target is near you, Agent.
Everything else, actually. Let's go to New Venice. Although there's very much still, I wouldn't per se take this for control points. There's much more activity still. This build. Prepare your papers. Papers, please. Good thing they put this here. We can just stand here and have ourselves a rest. This is a guaranteed resting area. I love how the description of that one is, does a little dance. So this is how you do public executions. You just spread them out by just shooting at them. Give it a second. Let those guys get out, and then kill everything on the periphery. And then like one guy next to them is fine. You just don't want more than one. You kind of have to pay attention, and then that guy's far enough away. So it becomes a mini game of trying to get and still faster than without. And of course you're getting stars and stuff, so there's a reason to do it. This one.
Fuck you and your friends.
Because I feel I failed, like this afternoon as well. We did a bunch of publics. I failed 2, I think, and one of them, at least the ones that like I made it in time, and I should have, been able to do it. And one of them was letting a rusher get past. Oh yeah, we were gonna do New Venice, right? I mean, yeah, that's definitely gonna be the tactic there. Actually, I will go from this side, which is also better. So. Look at this guy.
Or do you want them?
Waiting for my shield to be back. Those guys run away pretty quickly, but yeah, you need to. Your first shot needs to just be to scatter them, not to actually murder them. That guy is the only guy in range, so I'm gonna just murder him. And these guys are next.
Hostiles detected.
One guy's gonna get back up. So I hit the railing twice. Yeah, let's actually go to New Venice then. As requested.
Close one, Agent.
Oh yeah, I'm building up some bounties for whenever we go bounty cheese in here. I'll have a bunch at the ready. Let me actually, because I'm on the wrong browser. Yeah, there we go. Fixed that for myself in the back.
Hostile control point.
And yeah, one of the worst things about the reanimated is it also does kill deer and dogs if they go through the cloud. Which, yeah. I mean, I don't care about deer that much, but those are nice. And yeah, I'm gonna go be a woman and spawn camp them in there in the thing. It doesn't matter what gender you are, you can actually do it. We're gonna go get this loot as well. Because if you didn't know this way, you can just jump over here, get behind them very easily, and then just. That's my starting shot. And then we're gonna make it up here, and then kind of just chill out here. Because they spawn there, so once you kind of get it going, you're gonna have to pay attention, of course. The rest of the people will slowly make their way up here if they get a chance.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Let's put that.
Next one. your head.
That guy wasn't marked yet.
Gotta stop that shield.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. Sure, just go grab that loot and stuff upstairs. That's one of the reasons I do like New Venice a lot. Yeah. But there are equivalents. There's live deer that roam the streets and we can feed them the baboons. That is, they're well trained. They know how to train their humans to feed them. Well, Division 2 has random running around deer. And yeah, I need to start on a rusher.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That's not too big of an issue because there's always going to be a rusher.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
They all spawned upstairs. And that's the reason I do like this place.
Heavily armed hostile supply convoy nearby.
And we're gonna, of course, take that convoy. They're annoyingly close here. Also, they're gonna be aggro to my allies. Let's actually take the full reload here so I have enough shots.
This won't last.
Take them by surprise.
Agree, this one
Incoming
lasts.
hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
All the Uxies.
We survived. That's all that matters.
That's very disrespectful. Yeah. These guys just run away. They're very disrespectful. They just... Okay. You guys ready to continue your... Or are you even... Did I kill them all? With the clouds? Wouldn't surprise me if they were kind of bunched up around here. What? Oh, there you are. Okay. Go, boy.
Almost there.
Get over here. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know that we could have done that without you.
Supply room access unlocked.
I should do a bunch of control points just to get some field recon out of it. Well, that's why I'm to the point where I can spend at least 500 on each character. I just have 2k worth of points.
Oh,
Give me some field recon and some SHD calibrations, proficiency, a bunch of weapons. Well, I should do some setup and actually get a few weapons to 12 just to have them at the ready for that maybe at some point. Because I'm going to be full on... Because one of the things you will run out of if you're doing a bunch of weapons at the same time is you'll run out of the receiver components and stuff.
Nobody will escape when we unleash this poison onto the city.
So you should already spend some resources on... This is the revenge. It's not a very good revenge because
We've all lost people we love.
he set himself on fire.
But only the outcasts understand what it means to feel deserted.
Let's bring some justice. You're dead. You died. You're kidding me. Shield.
I love that reload.
Get a med pack.
Basically always on fast hands here.
Access key detected. Progress halted.
He's not gonna respawn because he's
Manual override required.
The true sons think we are deranged. They call us monsters. But I say they're
Progress resumed.
Whee!
Manual override
I
required.
don't think you're gonna survive that. It's like she's an outcast. She loves fire, so let's just set her on fire. As we keep sliding over that hood. It's all good over the hood. Why do you have that many bounties here? I need to go get more. Thing is though, of course, yeah, we're at nighttime, so much less spawns. We got this starter control, but also I think we're gonna end it not too long from now. Well, give me some time as well to stitch to get that video together. I can upload it already at the night, and then tomorrow spend some time making a thumbnail and making a description and uploading, and then just, well, it'll be uploaded and processed already, and we'll have that build showcase be active tomorrow. I didn't actually notice. That's weird though. How did we do? Yeah, I got sidetracked with a bunch of other stuff. Usually I try to do a build showcase every month, but yeah, it turns out that we didn't do one in July. So
Vital signs critical.
Oh God, no! Your God.
I'll just get those guys before they come up behind me and murder not my face but my butt.
Hostile control point detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'm gonna let them come out because,
Access
well,
key
actually with this
detected.
it wouldn't bug out, but with the public it bugged out with one of the people still being in the door and not responding correctly. So you do want to let enemies kind of get out of their door for publics, but for this it shouldn't matter because the key would still drop. Well, let's go up against some Black Tusk. Some more. Pretty sure I was just having. Yeah, that's no worries. If you don't know it as well, I'll link to the entire build collection first, because yeah, if you don't know that one, but then as well to this specific build, which is in there, but this is actually, what is it? It's 2.14. I'll do it on the Twitch end first, and then copy it over. But the build I'm running is actually no, it's not 214. Yeah, it's 5 something. It's 510. No, it's not 510. It's 5 something. Because yeah, this character normally runs the Memento version, but I'm altering that's 508. I'm altering it to be the Ninja Bike version. And it's very good for this This would be really what I would recommend for. And yeah, so that second link is to this specific build in the build collection. Because there's a ninja bike with two-piece Svea, two-piece Overlord, with one of them being Fox and Pika Rose, and then in this case a pretty high up graded 1886. But the nice thing is with it is actually, so what you don't see here, because it just doesn't, I don't need it that much, but it is there in case I do need it, is it is a 5-tier shield, or well, on the build picture even a 6-tier shield, and you know, I can for instance stand in front of that mini tank for quite a while before it actually becomes an issue. But of course, we're just murdering faster than that. But it has enough murdering power for this. And then if I get myself into trouble, it has enough survivability to not be the end of me. Okay, reanimate over. Actually, for this, you can make a bunch of stuff that will work. I kind of like this. But yeah, I'm gonna go with a few more territory controls there. I never. Okay, let's add this one as well. I don't want to hit that public. Yeah, let's go. Is this still Black Tusk? And then outside of reanimated, this build is mostly for activities.
Hostile control point identified.
I thought it was the weekly popping up there was the thing. Actually, I didn't do any weeklies or dailies today, but of course we did that. Build showcase thingy.
I got him.
Yeah. I'm happy enough with how it turned out. As always, I feel it's way too long at 1 hour 45 for that one. But also we're discussing 4 builds, so what was I expecting? Other part of it is as well, I personally don't mind long content anyway, and I feel some people are with me on that. So some people actually like it when it's
Detecting additional hostile
they like it long. They like Ekans long shtick.
Access key detected.
Oh wait, you're still alive.
Hostile
Thought I saw some
coding
movement
location
back
nearby.
there. It's like, it was nothing. Turns out it was something. You know, the 2 options Earl gave us might be something or it might be nothing. Turns out it was supposed to be helpful. I think spawn here now. I should actually do some activities in these zones, but I'll save it as well for tomorrow for a different day, just to not be too far ahead as well with some of those activities. Especially on the let's go hit this one. That'll be the last one. Just use the mask. Nah. That would take too long. Let's just go for one more activity. But yeah, the mask, I mean, we've shown it plenty, right? You can shoot through the gate. Also, this wouldn't be per se that build, because I need to actually be... One of the downsides of the 1886 is... this is its optimal range, is 28. So up to 28 meters, it does its full damage. It's not an actual rifle, because it's only this and the MDR that are kind of... Like this is 28, MDR is 30. Basically, all the other rifles are 50 or 60. So you can actually kind of use them long range. Although not that it would matter here. Although I probably couldn't start on a purple. Even there. This is a pretty blue build. Oh, what am I doing? This is a public? Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes they don't take damage.
Don't get away with that.
And it's gonna be just this one guy clouding them, so this should be fine.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And basically what you don't want is
Detected.
more than two.
Location guarded by hostiles.
Them being in more than two clouds at once. When it's just one guy, that's it. And also, if you're interested in this build more further, there's already a build showcase about this. This was the build that at the start of this season I was kind of, because I was theory crafting this style of build for a long time, but yeah, it didn't. We basically needed one more bonus, and then Zvia came in and gave us that extra bonus.
Target near you.
Been doing, Agent.
So sometimes it goes like that, where you just need something to come into existence. Oh yeah, let's call it there. It's 1 o'clock where I am. Let's go get cleaned up in the background as well. I'm gonna start looking for somebody to raid as well. Go on a raid. Hopefully there are people around that I can send people to. There doesn't seem to be anybody that I'm kind of following to be on Division. Actually, let's have a peek in the category. But also in the meantime, let's go get cleaned up.
Whatever you need, Agent.
As well. Open all this up. Oh yeah, I just remembered I have some ice cream. So I get some freshly made ice cream, although of course when you then like refreeze it, it's not that not that great, but I had some fresh ones, and then also I was like, you know what, give me another little bit for later on, so I'll get to indulge into that in a second.
Nice doing business with you.
Send that away. I'm gonna also stash away this grade 25 again, just in case I need it on any other characters. Yeah, actually after sleep, we're gonna go find a few weapons already to take to 12, seeing as I have some resources here, and that'll also help burn down a little bit of because it's steel and titanium, right? For weapons, and then some of this. And at some point, yeah, I need to just spend those. Spend some amount of those. I have a ton of exotic components, but I need. My issue is more field recon and SHD calibrations, because I don't have watch alts on this account, so that's the reason. If you're wondering, like, you have a lot of levels, why don't you just watch alt? I have all 4 character slots filled in, so I don't. I'm just briefly gonna check this guy. Who they be, and also this guy, and otherwise we'll raid outside of division, but usually I'd like raiding within division, of course. That is my preference. Lots of ads. They're DZing, so you know what? I don't know this person. I haven't actually watched them before, but we'll actually, are they English? Although they have music. Yeah. We just have a lot of stuff on their team. Yeah, we're gonna raid Wicked Sloth. As they are at least in the same category. And then, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely not in the afternoon because I have some work to do, but maybe I can make some time. But definitely in the evening, of course, and continuing on, and kind of starting to set up for the Improving Yourself Part 2 video as well, which will likely record like in this week somewhere. I need to do a watch out run as well at some point. We'll have to set that up. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna send everybody over to Wicked Slot. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll continue on then. So yeah, enjoy, and I'm just gonna wait for this timer and then just say, as always, have a good night.